Friday. Is this speakers there in the room? Or they are not yet?
Not yet. Let me check them. Not yet.
Okay.
Yaba Julia, when the young can you come up in the two children, weeping when you are gone. Yaba Julia, when the young can you come in the two children, weeping when you are gone. So, son of truth, it's kind of. I did not put the chip on the one. What the you can? Shout but what I do up in your when you are gone. I did not put the chip on the one. You can. Shout but what I do up in your when you are gone. Yaba Julia, when the young can you come up in the two children, weeping when you are gone. Yaba Julia, when the young can you come in the two children, weeping when you are gone. I'm not very up when I told you what you do. The Makina, you come up in the two beginning. Weeping when you are gone. I'm not very up when I told you what you do. The Makina, you come up in the two beginning. Weeping when you are gone. Yaba Julia, when the young you come up in the two beginning. Weeping when you are gone. Yaba Julia, when the young can you come in the two children, weeping when you are gone. And nobody up when I told you what that took me to do. The Makina, you come up in the two children, weeping when you are gone. And nobody up when I told you what that took me to do. The Makina, you come up in the two children, weeping when you are gone. Yaba Julia, when the young can you come up in the two children, weeping when you are gone. Yaba Julia, when the young can you come in the two children, weeping when you are gone. You come out about your nothing. Oh, you were for the white man. You come out and you come out about your nothing. Why you were for the white man. Yaba Julia, when the young can you come up in the two children, weeping when you are gone. Yaba Julia, when the young can you come in the two children, weeping when you are gone. You come out about your nothing. Oh, why you were for the white man. You come out and you come out about your
خليني أنا أرحب بكم جميعا مشاهدين لصوت الشعب، مشاهدين ومستمعين في سوري. الليلة ما يكون في فيديو في فيسبوك، لكن الناس اللي في فيسبوك زي ما أنتم سامعين الصوت الأوديو، وكذلك الناس المستمعين في يوتيوب مرحب بكم، مساء الخير. وأيضا الناس المستمعين في كلاب هاوس مرحبا بكم كلكم. Let me welcome everyone to the Voice of the People Forum in Facebook, YouTube, and also Clubhouse. مرحب. وأنا أتمنى إنه تعملوا شير للايف فيديو بالذات للناس اللي فيسبوك. You share the live video الناس اللي في Clubhouse. Share it to your friends, share it to your family, share it to South Sudanese. Today we'll be talking about very important topics. خليني أنا let me welcome one of my guests, Honorable Barnaba. Honorable Barnaba Okony, marhabek. Welcome to the Voice of the People Forum. It is the first time actually for you to be up here with us as one of our guests. And also let me welcome Comrade Friday Awo. And also I will be waiting and also to welcome one of the speakers, Honorable Isaac Ajiba Ochang. I have two speakers tonight. They are from, both of them are from Anyuak. زي ما انتوا كلكم الناس المشاهدين في صوت الشعب، قضية بتاعت الأرض في جنوب السودان واحد من القضايا المهمة جدا، واحدة من القضايا المعقدة جدا في جنوب السودان. And also it created a lot of problems among us South Sudanese. بالتحديد القضية بتاعت نهب الأرض هي قضية هامة جدا بالنسبة لنا، وهي قضية معقدة جدا. Friday لو كده نازل ده النازل they are joining, just we delete them from the up here. Friday يا ناس later you share them now, they are joining, and that while they are coming up here when they join the room. فإذن القضية بتاعت الأرض في جنوب السودان تسببت في صراعات وتشريد في معظم مناطق كثيرة جدا. في الحلقة بتاعت الليلة نحن هنتكلم عن واحدة من القضايا، أفتكر يعني واحد من القبائل في جنوب السودان ناس كثيرين احتمال ما بيعرفوا القبيلة ده كثير، يعني a lot of people they don't know about Anyuak. قبيلة بتاعت أنيواك دي قبيلة كلكم بتعرفوا إنه جنوب السودان is composed of 64 tribes plus. It's not only 64 plus tribes. Because there is other people actually that did not like me to come up with this topic tonight, but let me say this لكل الناس المشاهدين إنه الحلقة ده is actually it came up 2 weeks ago. من خلال discussion كان في كلاب هاوس، وأستاذ أوديرو he actually want to talk about land. We're talking about land grabbing، وبالذات كل مرة he keep talking about even Friday war في land grabbing في Anyuak land. And then أنا قلت لهم خلاص in order actually to bring the issue to South Sudanese to know about it, let us actually come up with a topic and let Anyuak prepare themselves and come and talk about what is their problem. طبعا في ناس كثيرين there is a lot of confusion, but أنا داير أقول لكل زول قاعد يشاهد الحلقة ده whatever you are، الناس المشاهدين في جنوب السودان الآن والناس اللي هيجي يشاهدوا لايقا، وكذلك the other South Sudanese they are watching over the globes to this live video, important live video tonight. Please listen. يعني أنت استمع to the what Anyuak people they are going to say in regard to the issue of land grabbing. And then if you have a question, come up. And also أنا داير أكد لأخواني من النوير لو عندهم concern الفورم ده، this forum is for all South Sudanese. If any South Sudanese he has an issue and he want to address it, he want to talk about it to the people of South Sudan, is welcome. ما في segregation هنا، ما في discrimination. We don't discriminate. This forum, if you look at its names, it's called the Voice of the People Forum of South Sudan. So we discuss all the issues. In addition, we also host sometimes politicians, the community leaders, those they have issues and they want to talk about it. For that reason, we are the topic there. And for now, هنستعمل speakers معي واحد لسه في زول تاني ما جا. طبعا I think Honorable Barnaba, I think he will be speaking in English or Arabic, I don't know, but they are free to express themselves in any language actually they think they're good at. And also, بعدين يعني لما تيجي فوق if you have question in English and Arabic contribution, you are highly welcome. And after فرص للناس, but we listen to the speakers. We have just one question. We don't have many questions. Just we are talking about the land grabbing in Anyuak land. Is there a trend of land grabbing in Anyuak land? And who is grabbing land in Anyuak land? That is the only question we have. And then نخلي speaker Barnaba to talk about it. وبعدك ياخذ راحته يشرح exactly. Let the people of South Sudan understand. الحاصل because it's the land grabbing or land conflicts is one of the very complicated issues in Geneva, Sudan. And government between Geneva, Sudan, they need to pay attention into it. And قبل ما نمشي قدام خلينا ندي فرصة لأستاذ فرايدي وو. فضل فرايدي لو واحد من القيادات من أبناء أنيواك. طبعا أنا I would like from وبعدين Honorable Barnaba خلي يتكلم شوية عن قبيلة بتاع أنيواك because جنوب السودان زي الناس اللي بيعملوا مشاكل يو بيعرفون. But if you don't create problem and chaos and you kill people, nobody will be aware about you. So also it is a good time for people of South Sudan to know, to learn. And there is a tribe called Anyuak. Actually, it's actually one of the Luo group. Yani me, I'm Cholo, and Anyuak. Actually, we are coming from the same tribe. But dagiti mungkin baden atasma min Barnaba, Honorable Barnaba, and also the other speaker who is Honorable Isaac. So Isaac Friday فضل انت خليك تعمل contribution. We'll come بعدك we will go to listen to Barnaba. فضل.
First of all, I would like to thank God for this day. My appreciation and most appreciation to the voice of the people under brother or comrade Edward Achek, who provided us this room so that we could come and talk about Anyuak issues, especially land grabbing. Today, I think it's Friday somewhere there in USA and some other part of the world, it's Saturday. And I believe those 2 days are at least holy days. Sabbath, we know, for the Sabbath people, and Friday for the Muslims. Why I say this is because today we need to come as conscious. We as human, we are conscious people. We need to come with alert mind, with sound mind, be gentle, be civil, and also as believers. I believe most of us here are Christians. Some of them are Muslims. Some of us or of the audience maybe believe in Wundang. And the reason why I say that we believe sometimes is because this issue needs us to talk of truth. And talking about the truth is that whenever you express yourself, you need to be alert that someone somewhere is watching you. We as the Anyuak, I know we believe in God, and whatever we say tonight is truth and not more than a truth. And the Bible says that tell the truth, and the truth will set you free. Today, I believe is a day where the audience of the people of the audience of the voice of the people are here to come and listen about what's going on in Anyuak land. And I believe most of us or the audience who are South Sudanese or Ethiopians or other parts of the world, they want to know exactly what's happening within the Akobo or Anyuak. And tonight, I believe we have two speakers. They are highly informed, and they are from the very place that we are going to talk to tonight, which is Akobo. Some of them, or all, they are grown up there, and they know every detail about Akobo. So we know that Akobo is being written in a lot of books there, but that books alone is not enough. But if there is someone who has left or who has lived the whole of his life there, he is well informed, and we can also be well informed. So the other thing is that we know the Nuers who we are accusing here as the land grabbers, or who came to come and grab our lands. They are not happy about this topic when it came up 2 weeks ago here in the Voice of the People. And by then, I think there is a brother here by name Lam or so. He was challenging me, and he was trying to prevent me not to talk about Akobo or land issue. But we thank Brother Edward, who saw that there's a necessity for the Anyuak to come and educate the people of South Sudan, so that the people could know exactly what's happening about Akobo. Now, if you Google Akobo in the Facebook or in Wikipedia or in the net, the only thing that you can see there is loudware. And when you as an Anyuak try to explain yourself that you are from Akobo, it's very hard to explain, because the Nuer, they try to dominate everything, even though they are not part of that land. So today, we came here as the people of Anyuak to come and explain to the world that piece of land called Akobo or other places, they originally belong to Akobo, to the Anyuak. And I am here very privileged and very happy that the Voice of the People gave us such forums. And I believe Uncle Barnaba and Uncle Isaac Ajiba will dwell much on those things, details, and whatever. If, for example, they miss some of the things, I might also contribute, or I might also invite other people or other Anyuak who are maybe educated or intellectual down there. They can come also and maybe interact or interject later on. And with that, I would maybe say thank you, Brother Edward, and I would only say welcome to Uncle Barnaba. And also maybe if Uncle Ajiba is somewhere down there, or if he hasn't come yet, let someone inform him that the forum has already started, and let him join as soon as possible so that he can catch up with the Honorable Barnaba. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, brother and comrade Friday. And also let me inform the audience, if someone actually knows Uncle Honorable Isaac Ajiba Ochang, please tell him actually we started the room, and let him join the room. And if also Uncle Isaac, you are down there, please make a comment down there. Just write a comment, I'm here, then I can bring you up. Before I pass the mic to Honorable Barnaba, actually, this is the first time for us in the Voice of the People Forum to host Anyuak people. I did not want to ignore their cry. They were crying actually, and every time actually we talk about land grabbing, mostly, always we talk about land grabbing in Chola land, and we talk about land grabbing in Equatoria. This is the main two places actually we always talk about them, and people come here talk about land grabbing in Cholo, land grabbing in Equatoria, and everybody knows about that. But a lot of South Sudanese actually, they are not aware. They don't know about the issue of land grabbing in Anyuak land. The Voice of the People Forum, this forum is a forum for South Sudanese. It created to address the issues which is facing South Sudanese, whatever they are. So it is the voice of those they don't have voice. and even nobody listening to them. We are not inciting any incitement, we are not inciting any war, we are not doing this. No, but actually, we are actually bringing the truth to the people of South Sudan to know the cry and what is facing our people. Those are vulnerable, and to the people of South Sudan to be aware of those problems, and also to the government of South Sudan to address those issues. This is the reason behind Voice of the People Forum hosting this important topic. So let me welcome Uncle Barnaba, Honorable Barnaba, and I hope you will start talking about, tell people of South Sudan, Anyuak tribe, where are they located, and when actually did they reach that place? Let us know, educate us, let know, and let people of South Sudan be aware about there is other tribe in South Sudan. People need to know about them. So welcome, Uncle Barnaba, and actually we'll start talking about the issue of land grabbing in Anyuak land. That is the main topic for tonight. And also let me assure anyone, after he finished, and also after Uncle Isaac joined the room, I will open the room even to the accused. If they are Nuer, I don't know, they are to Nuer, which Nuer in that place, but later on everybody will know. I'm not aware of that. They are to Nuer, but in the topic, we'll open the room, and also there is question, there is discussion from my brother from Nuer tribe. They are highly welcome. We are here very civic, no violence, no actually this kind of bad words in the comment. I will delete them if you keep writing that comment. You are not respecting yourself, I will remove you from the room. If you want to say anything, come up later on and join us in Clubhouse. So, Ustaz Honorable Barnaba, welcome. The mic is yours.
شكرا جزيلا. أنا بسلم عليكم جميعا. Engineer Edward Andrew Ashek, viewers, ladies and gentlemen, أنا بسلم عليكم جميعا باسم مخلصنا وفادينا يسوع المسيح. حقيقة جنوب السودان لما الناس يتكلموا من الصعب جدا، خاصة الناس بتاعنا العمر بتاعنا ده ما بيتكلم باللغة واحد، لا يتكلم باللغتين كده عشان باقي الناس كمان يفهم. Engineer, I swear by the name of mighty God to tell the truth. أن أقسم بالله العظيم أن أقول الحق. As the Bible says, tell the truth and then the truth will set you free. قول الحق والحق يرضى. أنا زي ما أنت ذكرت الأخ إنجنير إدوارد أندرو شيخ، بالأخ أنا ما ناس كتير ما بيعرفوني من أنا، عشان كده داير أعرف نفسي، ولذا أنا بيسموني honorable. أنا برنابا أوكوني جيلو، مولود في كوبو في منطقة وكيل، مش أنا وبس كمان، أبوي جدي كلهم مولودين في كوبو. بديت مدرسة بتاعي في كوبو 68، وطبعا أنا تربيت هناك لغاية ما كملت الأولية هناك ومشيت لمجالات تانية في الدراسة. و83 بعد ما كملت سينيور في ملكال 80 واشتغلت في قناة الجنجلة قبل ما نمشي قدام في دراسات تانية. كوربراجة والناس قسم نصه، الناس جنوب السودان قسم بعد executive council، وقدمت في إدارة بعد الشركة قناة الجنجلة. أنا كنت هناك مع ناس سابين رجيال، ناس جيرجوان، three of us were radio operator. اشتغلت ضابط إداري في ملكال مع ناس كتار. أنا داير I want to mention this because ضابط إداري من المفروض يكون برضه a neutral body. أنا ما داير نزله ما يزول, but I have to tell the truth. And after that, I joined the movement. And I started the Arca Shabia. Then I was deployed to SRA, the new push.
Yes, we will. Thank you.
Mr. Guest, please mute yourself, please.
That was a nice gesture. Yeah,
Assalamu alaikum. I say Ajiba Ochang. Ana minoro Anyuak Ako, Mudut Ako, Ugarit Ako. Ya Willie Zaman Gola Willie. When in Nakanagit sit or sit in tent of Malakal, Ugaval Nipi Jubalusta. And a great Jubalusta. And Nakan tent in Jubalusta, the Buruni Juba Tigaria. In Juba Tigaria, and I intend in Juba Tigaria was a cult of Ivory. Now, Unity Bank also. Unity Bank, sub also by and it's like if you kitty and it's all Helakati, Salt of Unity Bank, Juba, Malakal, Yambu, Wow, Rang, and result in Unity Bank. I joined Ivory Bank 1976. No, 96. Second of Ivory Bank. Are you getting me, said it what?
Yes, I'm getting you. Try to raise your voice because we have audience listening from Facebook and YouTube. Thank you.
Am I to start again?
No, it's good. It's good. Continue, sir.
Okay. From there, I was pensioned 1995 in Bank of Khartoum. From Bank of Khartoum, I joined Ivory Bank. Ivory Bank, I work in Ivory Bank. From there, I joined politics. Then I was a Minister of Education in Jungule. So 2003, I became a member of the Assembly 2005, Sano Party. I worked there. 2009, I was appointed as a Minister of Agriculture in Jungule. Then 2010, we went for election. Then again, reshuffling took place. I was transferred from agriculture to information. 2012, my work as a minister got finished. So now I was a member of the bank. So I left the bank. Now I am just a neutral man. I'm not employed anymore. So I thank you very much for this purpose of coming together. I was in the University of Juba, in Ramela. I know you very well, Edward. You used to come to us there in Ramela those years. I was there.
Okay, that is very good. Good, continue.
I know you very well. I know you very well. So now I'm very pleased to join you with this purpose of Akobo. I am a son of Akobo, born in Akobo. I grew up in Akobo. Up to now, I am still a son of Akobo. Thank you very much.
Shukran jaziran, Honorable Isaac. It's good, you are my colleague, Ajiba. Thank you so much. أنا كنت بيجي رمينا طوالي. هسه قاعد أذكرني مشاكل اللي كان بيصير. أنت عارف يا Uncle Isaac. One day, one of my uncle, I don't want to mention his name. قال لي يا أخي إدوارد ولا دولة مشاكل. أنت داير تقفلنا جامعة وكده. وأنا قمت قلت له يا أخي ده منو قال لي كده تقعد نمن تبقى كبير وما تمشي ما تجي جامعة. Cisco, so welcome.
كلامكم زمن ده كان صعب. we are being ruled with the animals. Mary, whatnot. Nas asset. أنا أيام كتير قاعد تقولوا لنا في جامعة.
So شكرا.
Thank you.
No, مرحب بك. برنابا جوزيف هو قدم نفسه ولا فرايداي؟ لأنه ولا هو.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Edward. So, is it self-introduction or?
No, actually, I don't. Friday, is he from Anyuak, Joseph, or what happened here?
Yeah, Dr. Joseph is one of the people who can help us later on.
Dr. Joseph,
help us.
I think I talked to you
can be there,
last week.
Yes.
Okay, welcome. Go ahead. You can introduce yourself, sir. Welcome, doctor. Welcome.
Yes, thank you, the voice of people, and Comrade Edward.
I think there's a phone.
Yeah, I just turn it off. Yes, and I'm from Anyuak also, from Anyuak of Akobo, and from actually a clan called Ober in South Akobo, and there's an area, some of the area that we'll talk about later on actually, is the area that was under the chiefdom of my grandfather. So we'll talk about that in short, but I went to school. I was enrolled actually in primary school in Dolepio, second primary school, boys, and then when my dad, most of people here, especially those in Akobo, might know my dad, Peter Aglore. He's the evangelist who evangelized many people in Akobo area, within Anyuak or Nuer area, so people know him very well. Peter Aglore, and so I finished my secondary school actually from the 3rd grade to 5th grade. I went to Akobo South Elementary School, and then I went to 6th grade in Dr. Sorabander in Malakal, and then went to junior school in Dr. Samani, and high school in Khoromar, and then I went to study in Russia, and I'm right now here in the United States working as a senior research scientist. But I'm from Akobo, born in Akobo, grew up in Akobo.
Welcome. Thank you, doctor. Yeah, welcome. I'm happy actually you are in the room. خلينا نبدأ الحلقة. I can see the chat room. There is a lot of thread, a lot of discussion. Edward, we don't believe you does this and you doing this. I don't know what it does. Uncle Barnaba, خلينا نبدأ الحلقة. تفضل مرحبا. We are talking about land grabbing in Anyuak land. So, Uncle Barnaba, تفضل نبدأ بك.
بالنسبة للبرنامج اللي عايزين عشان يكتبوه، كنا عايزين عشان الأخ Honorable Isaac يتكلم قدامي.
اوكي كويس خالص ما مشكلة. Honorable Isaac تفضل. Yeah, Honorable Isaac تفضل ممكن تبدأ topic. Well, actually we have just one topic, the land grabbing in Anyuak land. وبكون كويس Honorable تتكلم لنا شوية قبيلة بتاع أنيواك ده، ولا انتوا هتخلوا كلام قبيلة بتاع أنيواك لجوزيف لو انت مهم توري جنوبين what exactly going on. تفضل.
Thank you very much, Edward. Oman, you know very well that Akobo into Mishakil Katira has a lot of problems. Then where sometimes some years back they come for grazing. Women will give up Garum over the dry season. And they repeated this thing many times. The Anyuak Shapo Yajawa Del Nas Command Zena, Mafida Nakhalim Viju Erjo. Would you be safe Ubarjo Fil Khari? You can Nakhalilio Kaliju, Yogo Roman is where 3 people, Ma Katirian, sheep's the town. Sheep, Lualtian there, O Sultan that Mary and Salo. Ubiji, Uberja, Baden, and young Galim Kolas and Lualtian. In the taking, you occupy this land called Kaibui. Kaibui means in Anyuak Karbur, Graveyard. But where they call it Kaibui. So he came and occupied that land. The second man was Kok Diang. Kok Diang came and occupied Diang Jok. Diang Jok commanded the land to Anyuak. The third man is called Nying Chong Jok. Came and occupied Mer. Mer means peace. So Jagad Anyuak, Otara, Baden, Bikabu, show one by one, Le Jamadel, Le Halum, Jagad Mana. Now in the borders, that 1956. Kobu Nasser is called Wadi, Anyuak name. New. Right then there is another one, Kobu Lownware Uwat is called Duashan. Anyuak name command. Kobu Bibor Mamurle is called Biam. These were the borders of 1956 between Anyuak and those tribes. Coming to the school, 1946, missionaries came to Akobo and opened the school, the Anyuak Akobo. It's called Akobo North Elementary School. With three languages or three subjects being taught in the school that time. English, Arabic, and Anyuak language. Atalita Kawaja, Umekit Akobo, Lazim Tarutan Anyuak, Loitama Tarutan Anyama, the Kuchimersa Kulukulu. So we start studying in Akobo. So Anna Meshid al-Mersa 1959. This was Hamsin. Akobo North. I know them one by one. We went together in the same school. We came as a Taban Jewish. We Justin Cook. We late John Luke. Rega came lately. And Dr. Galia Gallo. Anna Taban Jewish, Justin Cook, John Luke, we went together the same year, 1959, in the same school. In Ghana, but now that lower can be human what? Be human police and highly. Be human law in Angman what? Be police, the geography of Kobo. Lomersa Gafalo. Command by job a police Minakobo, le law. Yazaman al Canavala Nuer, the Sitin Bijiminak, Umakutari and Biji was sitting bus over job. Minanak 1957, Marisa Kobo, Akobo Jinubia Fatao Arabic. Most of them Canavala Nuer, Okashavena, Ubiga Muslimin, Pimer Sadak, Ujagaro Benenak. Why do Pimer Sabanat? Command Fatao de Banadanyuak Fiakobo. Garo Inak of Banadanyuak, Banapi White, Minmananuer, White, one lady only. Ismo Sholwak Cook. Yagarama Banadanyuak so Muama Shagadam. Also Sanatan or Sanatalta Kalameresa. She got married by Peter Garkotbal, Demara Batao. Ovada Mualimin Female Sadak. Kan kullu Anyuak, illa fi wahid bas ni rawi huwa naib al-madir, ismu John Shar. Dama kunna fi Mersa Zainab. Kullum del muallimin kullu kan Anyuak. Mersa da missionary school, ma bata hukuma zaman da. Ya kan missionary school, kan gare na fogo. Taman Akobo means river, the river Akobo. Yorsan Anyuak, the river, Bahar da Akobo. But then someone can't see Akobo Gadim. Akobo Gadim can on the other side of the river Bibur. Menina, Alberta, big of fear for they're not floating. Now rather than Akobo Gadim, we just feel Akobo and Nas guiding for us, we Akobo town. And you have Jaga to Fogo, and they settled there 1912. They live Akobo Gadim 1911, and they came to Akobo and Mujurasa 1912. They settled there. But then the 4 rivers around Akobo. Then the 4 rivers, Akobo River, Ibur River, Bui River, and Kang River. About 4 rivers around Akobo. Taman Akobo, Anyuak Mama Kanigor Mel Mafio Moya. Anyuak Zay Shudo. They are brothers of one. Lazim Nazi got a few Moya Mam can Zuli got by 8 million Moya. And you can get around rivers enough. Nyakang Tamano, the elder brother of Gilo. They came together to around Malakal, then they separated. But then Nyakang went north of Upper Nile, and Gilo came east of Upper Nile, occupying those areas. Adong, Gela Shell, Abong, Nasir, Gambela, all these areas at Akobo. They're cool areas I knew. At Nasir, 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 is when you Bertan and York. But some Nasir, the one Verja, God for Ulangaman can Anyuak. Kulu areas of Kulum in Malakal. Eastwards, Kulum to Anyuak Latin as a cover. They're cool areas that Anyuak and Anyuak just a control. But pre 1960, Shari Hamsa. كان في مشاكل هسه بين نوير وأنيوك في يعقوب. في مال اسمه أريني كان عنده paramountship قاعد فوقه مع أبقاره مع أهله كلهم. طبعا about 5 miles from Akobo to Arini. بالليل شهر 5 وأنوير جاء بالليل وشال بقر بتاع أنيوك. من هناك the owner of the بقر ده شعر بين بقر بتاعه شاله. قام برا دماج وقف برا كان القمر تمام شاب زول شال بقر بعيد وعنده بندقية في يده زول أنيوك ده then he fired the gun وما يعرف إنه ودق الزول ده بالطلقة من ما دق الطلقة ورجع جوا مش نام بعد فترة بسيط بقر ده رجع شعر بينه بقر رجع اللي في شنو يا ربط بقر بتاعه كلاو he left the cow. Early in the morning somebody came قال انتم وبعرف زول دقة طلقة زول قال انا دقيت طلقة قال طلقة ده دقيت زول ده مات فعسى نوير هناك they are coming to attack you انتوا اصلا تقوموا كلوا ميلدا بيجوا يطلعوا جايين كتار هيقتلوكم so زول ده كلم اهله كله قطعوا البار مشى في برا التنت Abish with their cows and all things. The Jamaat Joe, Lago Jamadel, Fatu, Aragul Buyut. And they follow, they cross the river, they follow the Anyuak. And they fought serious war, 1960. Anabes and Atanya Awalia. When they were defeated, Joe, he accused the Anyuak, the DC of Akobo, district commissioner. What Gilawa is Abu Bakar Wagia, Yakan Mabate Akobo. Gura Mashilangalia Jawa, Anyuak Jagatalna in the Masila. Abu Bakar, Sama Kalamu. God praise. Abu Bakar, Amul disarmament around Akobo. Shall Asel of the Anyuak Kulum, Akan around Akobo. ومن في هلا بعيد من أكوبو اسمه نيكاني. قال كمان هو بمشي نيكاني عشان ما يشيل أصلا بتاع الجماعة ديل لأن الجماعة تابع لأكوبو. مشي لقاعد بتاع الجيش كماندر الموصول في أكوبو. من قطعوا البار لأن طبعا شهر 3 بار ناو كل ناشف. قطعوا بار مشوا وكبر بدري وصل لشيخ بتاع نيكاني. والشيخ ده قطع بار مشى برا العبش عفش بتاعه كله الناس بتاعهم كله بعد ما وصل هناك لقى بيت فاضي ما في الناس أرق البيوت كله أرق البيوت and he promised قال زول ده الشيخ ده أنا لو لقيته أنا بقتله أوكي لو الناس قالوا فترة 1964 الشيخ ده موت جابه وجا في عريلان طبعا كان متزوج مرته من أنيوك بتاع أكوبو مجاريني 5 miles from Akobo وكبر وصل ل DC district commissioner هو أبو بكر وقية إنه يا سلطان تدير جمداك ده جا فياريني قال كويس أنا سمي كلام ده 2 days back ومشى لقاعد الجيش بتاع أكوبو كلم كلام ده اليوم صباح قاعد طلع 3 عربات بتاع الجيش جا في مركز وركب أبو بكر فوق ومشى في ده Sabah Badri, Daga Nazato, Gamin Min no. They surrounded the area. Robert Jamadel, they tied the people, all men, they tied them. Then he ordered those people to be killed. The Robom, about 33 people, the Telum Kullu. Sultan kan mashadda sanafso, ida masha bino nas the Robom, yes, so the Roma Jamadu Kullu. That time Anyuak around Akobo Kullu, got our bar. Use the minno masha Gior, use the minno masha Lari Tofia. So, near like a fursa, I shall need you show if you are Akobo. Jagado. The Magado be Salama. They were welcomed by Anyuak, Anyuak, they were welcome, Ashan go to Mount be Salama. Ubunma, they go to be Salama, Majama. Ambulu Mishakal, Ketir, Ambulu Mishakal, Anyuak, Kide, Pardon 1964. In the lastly, let me tell you the last thing. In May 1983, 1983, where Gatalanywa Kulum Dakalako Benar in the town, Kumun Gatal Nasfo, Wargo youth, Wargo Nas, Ushariyal, they abducted the children, they killed the elders and the women, Umun Shariyal Sogar. Zumanda governor isn't Jungule kan Michael Mario kan Mosul di Jungule. Ada zatan kan jid min Juba, jid Jungula dalam Akobo. Kabarja kali jama al-muwatin ta Akobo katalum fi Medina kullu. Ya bum na saw ma commissioner ma governor jina fi Akobo. وفي أكوبو زول الموصول كوميشن الموصول نا هو جيم سجن بانك هو موجود هسه في جوبا جيم سجن كان موجود يا كوميشن بتاع أكوبو تاب كوتا كان موجود يا كان مدير مركز بتاع أكوبو وبعدين في واحد اسمه سامر توت كان ضابط بدبورين في بوليس كل النور بتاع أكوبو قتلوا الناس كلهم وارجوا بيوت وارجوا الناس كمان في بيوت زمن ده وصلنا في أكوبو عملنا اجتماع كبير. Jimmy Sejin kan jara masha work. He was called from work to Akobo, and he came to Akobo. Then in the Mamula ijtama, okay, Michael Mario gave orders. Gala sa Anyuak kullu mawjudin nasa fi Akobo, yishilum barra. Alder yamshi fi Shala, kal yamshi. Alder yamshi Bibur, yamshi. Alder yamshi Juba wala Malakal, yamshi. Anyuak kullum fartahu min malak de. Utmir yafadal fi Akobo. Gado. By 2016, كان في Anyuak فضلوا في Akobo تابعوا لرياض مشاعر أيوه. كمان نوير قتل Anyuak ده كلهم منصان كلهم كان قاعدين معهم كلهم هسه ما في Anyuak كانوا إيه بس ينقل Anyuak هسه في Akobo ما بيشوف Anyuak في Akobo. ياو 2013 sorry. They crossed the river Akobo. مشوا في مالي سمديما. ديما ده في فارمان شيب بتاع Anyuak كلهم كان جاء من برا الثاني عشان ما يعمل سلام مع نوير في Akobo. وفارمان شيب ده قاعد في ديما مع حال بتاعه نسوان. نوير قاعد توبار بالليل زمن ده كانوا كنت في ملكان. قاعد توبار ومشوا أجمعوا Anyuak ده كلهم في برا الثاني مع فارمان شيب قتل فارمان شيب مع فهم اللي بتاعه كلهم وارجوا بيوتهم. فالمشاكل ده كلهم أصل في Akobo. في 2013. أدب بتاع نوير دايرة أراضي بتاع Akobo يكون بتاعهم. أنت وان ما يدوم بحر قاعدين في طبعا أظن some of you ما عارفين لو نوير قاعدين وين القاعدين بيتهم ما عارفين. قاعدين في desert where there is no river. They بس دايرين يبقوا بتاعهم ده they thought that they are the majority مشي راجع بتاع بيقوا. And they are now doing في ملكال جمدا. So بس particularly الأراضي بتاع Anyuak ده كله عشان ما يشيل up to now we are talking ما في single Anyuak في Akobo ما في كله even في في وظائف بتاعت الجمهورية ما في أنيوك شغال في وظيفة كويس في الجمهورية كله في السجن كلهم ومشغلوا up to now. So أنا ممكن أخلي لكم فرصة ودي فرصة كمان للزول الجاي وراي. Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا Uncle Isaac. You know, very sad to know this. لكل الناس المشاهدين في كلاب هاوس، فيسبوك، يوتيوب، الناس المستمعين لصوت الشعب، انتوا بتسمعوا جزء من المأساة بتاع شعبنا. أنا عارف في ناس ما مبسوطين but we have to hear this because we are reconstructing South Sudan. جنوب السودان بتبنى على العدالة والمساواة والديمقراطية، احترم كل حقوق بتاعت المجتمعات في جنوب السودان. نمشي لأنكل برنابا. أنكل برنابا فضل.
شكرا جزيلا أستاذ إدوارد. زي ما أنا قلت قبل 2010 I was among the lucky people who were elected في Akobo. أنا من Akobo طبعا. Then I was a member of parliament in Jonglei State for 7 years. وأنا برضو يعني وزير في جونغلي. Now انتوا سمعتوا البسيط، انتوا سمعتوا من الأخ آيزاك أجيبا، لكن عندي مضيف. أيوة كلامهم واحد، هم بيقولوا زي يقول الرئيس المصري جمال عبد الناصر: لو نقل قلبي من يساري إلى يمنى أو تغير مجرى نيله من موقعها إلى موقع أخرى لن نتغير عن المبدأ. If my heart were to remove from left to right, or if the position of the Nile changed from place to another, I wouldn't change my principle. Anyuak, they will not change their demand. عشان يرجعوا في مال بدم ما كلفهم الأمر. طيب أنا ليلة we want to know those who do not know exactly. أنا بمشي برا although does Isaac أجيبا أبش أي حاجة بس أنا بمشي دم برا عشان أنت تقدر بعدين تكون السؤال بتاعك مرتب. What do you know about Akobo? ماذا تعرف عن Akobo? Location. I will be talking about location. I will be talking about the borders of Akobo. Meaning of Akobo is that شنو يعني؟ عشان أنت تقول مثلا Akobo is low in. Do you know the meaning of Akobo? Akobo, what is it? ما قلت أنت بشيل جنب بتاع زول تاني سموه باسمه وأنت بقول بيجا. Akobo is Anyuak land 100%. It's part of Anyuak kingdom. We have a clear border between Anyuak and Low Nuer. I will talk about it. I will also talk a little bit about the British when British opened a school in Akobo in Anyuak language. If the area belongs to you, how can British come and open a school in Anyuak language? Is that because it is the easiest language or the local voice wala shunu yani? Dema habitat. Ana nene boutique exactly the justification that Akobo is Anyuak land. I'm not against you, Nuer, but you will be also learning. I'll be also later on learning from you. And موقع Akobo جغرافيا في أوغاني. الناس اللي درسوا جغرافيا في حاجة اسمه قبائل النيلية. إذا أنت بيعرف إنه أنيوك is قبيلة من قبائل النيلية، يعني قاعد في جو ما عنده محله كده، قاعد وين يعني؟ لما يكون هو قبيلة من قبائل النيلية. طيب. What are justifications that Akobo belong to Anyuak yesterday, today, and tomorrow? Before I proceed, I want to underline this. Akobo is divided to two. Akobo East, Akobo West. Okay, Akobo East is but white. or east bita what and west bita what. There's a border between Nuer and Anyuak. And Nuptada, the Nupta, the Minu, Letijatani, the Samu west, or Minu Letijatani, the Samu west. East. Le Samu Akuba east and Akuba west. Those of where they were very interesting to name their areas outside Akobo territory, Busumukordo Akobo. The way Diror, Kaikwin, Walga, even Piwat, Walanyero, Walafiri, Walapultrup, Wala even road, even Ton, Green Tol enough to Jabedat, route to Ulwach Bedat Nas Georgia Tor. Logadin Dena, Busumino Pusumborgo, Akobo. So what we did is, okay, if you are interested of having the name of Akobo, then based on the British boundaries of 1956, Menina, Letijabetakum, the Samu West, because you like this in Akobo, although you do not know what does it mean. Shilo. And then Akobo, Began and Lakobo, Anyuak, big Akobo is. That's why I'm saying, please, you have to underline it. When we talk that they are from Akobo, it may be from Walgat, Kaikwin, Diror, Potential Vitor, or what, or Malbetat Mundang, Widang, or Pultrup, Uror, and Yoror, and all these places. They are still calling it Akobo because they like the name Akobo. That's why I'm saying, please underline this. Basically, I don't want to generalize Nuer. Another Nikalam and more, as a Jana Fiakobo, like I did put it clearly before. Man lo kulu yaoja Fiakobo, and not all of them are interesting to come to Akobo. Taban jududum guiding below mamato. The mind of Moy Kitin Lakin Moy from Kifaya. From a Beishu. Lakin Humayo. That's why today I want to focus what are justifications that Akobo is Anyuak land 100%. Yesterday and today and tomorrow. My Mabarata Little Jala Kobo are the Anyuak Mia Amis William Okaden. What is that? This is the core of the subject. And what about my of your government folks like Fimal Meshu Jomino? And what the Luo Wahin men Luo speaking group. Kanu Mujudin Manekam Fimalakal. Ofarego. As a Talimat Bitana, Talim Bitana, in Ofarago Dolopene. When Nazaru Nazaru, Letija Bitat, Shark Malakal, like Shark Malakal. Nazaru, when Matic the Kulusum bin the Asma Bidayua. Monatic the Kulusum bin Monat the Asma Bidayua, the Gadio Malela. So you can leman nagtugul maslan nagdiya wa bong wa gela shell wa dong wulang unyum te kullu manati marra fogo anywa بدون أي زول يلا لما وصلوا يوم اتفرعوا الاثنين في جزء منه مشوا مبارئين ناري بسموه بارو لكن اصلا اسمه عبدورا رطبانيا اسمه عبدورا وبينه مشوا الاتجاه ده كله لغايه ما وصل جيكو وصلوا في جيكو عسكروا هناك في جيكو شويه and then في جيكو they continue to the president place في جزء منه فضلوا في ناصر لقادي يوم الليلة طبعا عندنا أنيوك في لقادي يوم الليلة as we speak right now we have Anyuak in Nasser in New and they were talking loudly and clearly that يا جماعة we are the owners of this land and that is true they are the owner of that land يعني let me tell you this when Lajor came the person who brought Nuer ما لقى ناصر ده ولا يوم ده ما لقى فاضي ساكن ما في أنواع لقى يوم الليلة they are there we know them I can even call the names although كلهم مشلقين and they are calling themselves نوير لكن they know originally هم من أنواع موجودين أبو تبي بالذات جاي من هناك so I've said في جزء من أنواع مشوا بالطريقة بتاعت ناريسوباتا وواصلوا لقادي جيكو ده اسم بتاع أنواع جيكو كو معنى صدر هنا انت لقادي يوم الليلة بتسمع بروبي براويل ده كله اسماء بتاع أنواع والمجموعة الثاني باراو مشوا لبارك جيلو أو لو وصل لقادي أكوبو وده برضو واصلوا لقادي أدون لقادي limit triangle for some of you knows limit triangle ده رادي بتاع أنواع تبقى فوجا هناك لو كنا ستانو في SPLA وده كان ما في المغلبة هناك يقال انه وكده القبيله الزهر في يعقوبو دي ناس دوب بتنقل نحن بنقول ايويل لقد يوم الليله نحن بنقول ايويل we are calling them ايويل تنقل بتاع دوب ما تنقل كله كمان لأن اسم ده ما عندنا في أنواع اسم ما دوب بس بنسمي نساوين أدوب طيب let me talk of location of Akobo. موقع Akobo جغرافية. Akobo is in the east of Jungule province, شرق محافظة Jungule. Among the 4 districts, لأن Jungule كان فيه 4 districts. The Akobo, Bor, Panjab, وبيبور. لكن في النهاية بقى كله مركز أدو نقطة. واصلا اكوبو وبيبور وبشالا لكن جاء في زمن بتاع اكزيكتيف كونسل ان جوبا ده غيروا ثاني جابوا اكوبو ضمهم اواب وبشالا ضموا لبيبور بور كونغور بانجاك ايور ده 4 مراكز بتاعنا and all of you maybe those of Jungule they know it better. Akobo in the border, Malo more. As I said before, I don't want to generalize Nuer. أنا بس بتكلم مع more النانا عندنا حدود معهم. But then you can, it is up to you literally. When you talk as a Nuer from Bantu, from anywhere, you have the right. Wherever you want also they can talk from everywhere. I want to concentrate on more those who settle in Akobo. Based on British boundaries of War 1956, ended a very clear border. 1956 ended a clear border, Malo. Uda fi malis mudua Achan. Dway, the Gamar, Achan, there is a border justification. انت زمان بزمن بريتش في اي مال يا جماعه القبيله ده بيقوم بنظف الشارع اللي قاعد حدود بتاعهم مع قبيله ثانيه عشان كده بريتش بيكتوا البورده ده بيكتوا عديد هناك انواع بيقوم من اكوبو لقاري في دواشان ساعات بيكونوا هم بينظفوا ومن دواشان لهناك لوانغاغو كايكوينو وات وديرور ده كان ياو كبير اكبر من وات وكده انا قالوا قاعد مربيو يعني so as I put it very clearly we have border Akobo in the border Manyum although we know that there are Anyuak areas but based on 1956 Manyum bigger barra bigger and then one thing And then about the Mamurne, it Northland. Some of them they call it Nyangi Dog. Like in and then I bought a Bitana Matium. And then I bought the Magambela. And you see some of Nuer, that's how calling themselves nowadays that they are from Gambela. Ishalamin Law, who mind the bottom of my Ethiopia. Shalamin in Punjab, Bamchi Gambela Galindu is also from Ethiopia. Now we need peace. And when the hell new 1850. The Mabait Palace, 1850 that is not that long. Then that job la manja. The man the few Anyuak Pogo, few Anyuak Pinata. Wait, maybe if you isim bejata Pogo, what does it mean? Ita bugula Pogo de beta. Beta then to give away upon. Ita Yaneta loan that ita legit gomash, lobas. Ita bugul beta. Well, okay, she'll albiso. Telepiso, ma betum figisima. Ita bugul de beta. Ita bugula Pogo de beta. We have to trigger. Ita she'll take care. A Pogo da, madam into zero. And Bismu Akobo. You do not know the meaning of Akobo. How do you say it is belong to you? Ma, let us be Christians and realistic. Ma beta, Alela Dana Bekanam da, Hak Bedai Bazar. Analysis be summarize the justification by then, La Yizola Shantata Adamu as a Christians. Isim da Akobo da, Lunta Kutu fi SPLA. No Michel Pashala, Walenta Pidima, and Bahar Najai men Ethiopia, Ulumonosa Pidima, Tima Ana Shaxel Mamusheto, Timada, Pai didn't Barra and Amban, Nin Pashala, Mamushet Bena, although the PPSPLA, Mamushet Pidima. Lakin Bar Najai men not Bisimbra Kobo, was all Pashala, Umashanyakani, Umasha Ali, we are was a Kobo. Wasal Koban and few of Kobo Pidima, wasal the Bahar, and Nasmuer le Manjomen Law, Chap Moya Piet, Galpibor. Lakin Luisim, Moisu, Mapibor, Mushan, Moya Piet, wasn't to be some Moya Piet. No, Moya Piet, in Luisim without. Samu Nasmuer le Manjo, Masa Luisim without Chabo, Moya Piet, Galpibor, Alas, Pibor, Alas. Lakin in Luisim without. Le Manjamin Dibor as Murlena, Busamu. Kengen the Gadio Melenismo Kengen. Lemon Jana and an Apia, you can get some menau Kang. Some menau Kang. Lakin as Noel Lemanjo, Ugalo, Pibor, Chanmoy Chapo Moya. So, and then a monarchic with Anyuak, Noel Bugulu de Bejan. They must learn the Mobor General Mobor Volume da Mashagat bi Montaga Beda Cholla na Malissimo William Brutana Nuerma Bukun Quest Logalo William Damono William Beda Mobor the Shitima Leo Barjaleo Lakin Brutana Anyuak Yelda the Bundul Kibirke Tala Foko Yani Bundul Kira Trap Mashafo Zay Nerfi Apo Bordo Bugul Tier Golda, the Bitan, Tier Gold, Tier Gold, Tier Jak, Tier Nam, Tier Denver Magul, Ajishi should Chitima, Ajabella, Kurembeta, Mara, Magul is Mago Montega, and you are proud that to be your place. It is not your place because Mamu can listen me, Aja Mara Bishatombo is in the dark. No, the Mabita. Now, another evidence, I'm talking about what are the justifications that are called belong to Anyuak. Focus, please listen carefully. Where the Mashar and Anyuak Lisa Bekalamu and Apo Bedam, Ashanism Delisa Mujub, they are now planning to change the name Itakobo Anyuak, Leisim Bitam. What do they want to call it? How do they want to call it? Gal Isimu Bill K. They try several times. For the Minasalo, Nagulawea, internet very simply. أنا بقول بالكي ليه لكن واي ما اسمه كوبو بالكي وأن أنا لو سألت أي زول هنا أدري كلام بعدين do you know what does it mean ومنزاد بالكي ده منو ومنزاد ما بيعرفوا ناس البسيطين اللي بيتكلموا ما قرأ في كوبو وما يعرف بالكي ده سلوه شنو هو زاد بيقول بس بالكي what is it بالكي he does not let me leave that for my secretary of this order يقول لي بعدين now another evidence مناطق الموجود حول كوبو ده كله بأسماء بتاع أنيواك كله الدليل على إنه منطقة ده كله أراضي الأنيواك بالإضافة لوجود اللي ذكرناه قبل أنت لو مثلا مشيت شان أفورو برمير ده قبل عايز أتكلم فوقه مير لقد يوم الليل they call it مير and مير means love when Nim Jamjok and Court Wall Abu Dhabi accommodated settled they were settled in that place they were given that part they out to بتاعنا أنا شخصيا ودكتور جوزيف they out to بتاعنا بعدين تجاب ناس Friday ده they لوالتيان ياو جابوا بينات ناس نوير الجو هناك يا جماعة بسرعة ناس كويسين شديد that's why they were accommodated and they were settled and they started very good by the way لأنه شافوا ولا بقتل زول ولا بسرق ولا بيشيل أي حاجة بتاعت they were really very nice people ما نوير بتاع الليلة بكلم أي حاجة بكذب ده نوير كويسين جدا ده نوير بقول كلمة جيك منو جالة they are really very أنا لقيتهم now show one of the good thing gang ده ما اسم بتاع نوير you cannot find it في بانجاك ولا في أيود ولا في ناصر ولا في أي مكان لأنه الوالدين لمن جاء وجا وصل وطير ورجع وطيري أو كلم ما هو كوي بيشوف قال على الزول ده ندوب في محل اسمه دكان ده يا كور ده بسموه تايبوي ده ما تايبوي أصلا اسمه دكان so كوي while كنتو هناك he was settled there ومرة بتاعه أصل هي أملانا قال لوكوي ولدين إنه جنا بتاعي ده لو ولد بعدين أنا بسميه gang ورو تير ورا جوا is gang ده اسم بدانيو but they were really very very good very friendly so في مناطق ده كله أنا ما أقدر أذكر أسماء لكن كله موجود كله بأسماء بدانيو What are justification that Akobo belong to Anyuak? Lela Obukura Ubar. Arrival of British Akobo 1911. 1911 ya jamaa wananywa guiding saki guiding ward da Anyuak bas. British job bahar au guiding min doletel job bahar دقار ما وصلوا أكوبو قديم ده منطقة مرتفع لكن صغير لما جو فيضانات في قالوا فترة بسيط بس ما قالوا فترة طويل في 2012 الفيضانات جاء ده كله زي ما أنا قلت قبل إنه منطقة ده ما كوبو الناس العالم كوبو ده كله مناطق بتاع أنيواك البودة بعيد جدا بتاع نوير في دوجان بودة بعيد زول اللي بتكلم بعدين من نوير كان يأكد لي إنه ما في بودة بين أنيواك ونوير وليه أنيواك نوير يجي يكونوا بسيطين based on event Rachel لو أنتوا قريتوا كمان I believe all of you read it في 50s نوير كان له بس 80 وأنيواك 24 في منطقة بتاع كوبو so في flooding أصل وبعدين Britain decided to move the town from Akobo Gidim to Akobo. It's only 5-7 kilometers. Malgari jiten ma 5-7 kilometers. The Akobo Juwa. Wanagadi maja يسموه مركز سياحات أبو بكر بشير الوقيع يا أول ما فترة بتاع جلابة جابوا ناس كتير من لو لأنه كان في استيطانات أو ذات عدد في ذات في هات بشير أبو بكر الوقيع. In 2012, British went to Peshala, and they fought there. My king Akwai, but they came back and settled fi Akobo. 2030, Finas Kitil min Anyuak and Magalimin min Nasser. Umunjo. Then as
19.
Huh? 1930. Sorry, 1930. Nas Kitil min Anyuak educated min Nyum. Umunjo. Jupi Akobo. Lano they go menan because juzu minu shoro nazil ma bukunu mana koisin tigizu yo inasin na 1930 second of the malisemu nyum wala lekor nyum lagadi yo malela okang barikida bada bush school berdananya bada languages di Anyuak lagadi 36 as they put it clearly in Fata Madaris village of Anyuak. And Merleman Jotaban, chef or the Ranga Bukush of Madaris. Kuma Mashu, the Sultan Galu, Aulana, then the Kush of Madaris. Sultan Galu, then the Alam Rotan Anyuak. Maru, and the Alam Mayaki. Ashankira Gibel, Isaac, Ajiba, the Manigura Jaman. The Kalamagi, and as a man meeting, Mujub Nas Taban, you Magai Kasa. Then Kulma Mujudin, Mushajat, Kalfata Sakit, Del Kashu Madaris, Dr. Yedgai Mujud, is alive. He went to school in Anyuak language. Why? Is it because Anyuak language is easier than Nue? No, because they are minority. The youth, they came in to settle in Akobo. Agiga Bigulu, Lanu, Nehena Kulu Barishwa, Bukura machine Kinisa, and you are not telling the truth. What is the reason of going to the church while you are not telling the truth? Manazil Mujudin, you can come from them. Ma Mashabay, Ma Tarikh. Is a Naswaltian, Nasal Walajo, Ukombian, Unim Jamjo, Matu, Lakina, Ulado Mujudin, Arpino, Umbarakano, Kano, Lagalia, Fiakobo. But remember this, when they were minority, we did not mistreat them. Lemon Joseph min long kulu enough, we just begin a Lagania. Why are they mistreating us? Is it logic, Yajama? Okay. In 1948, Bible translated in October. Okay, that's about the ordinary research for your purpose, as I said. Based on Rashid, Event Rashid also, you can read it. I will continue telling the truth, as the Bible said, tell the truth and truth will set you free. 1950, Noor arrived in Akobo. There, Isaac Gibel Telamano, and Waltian, Pesamule, Talata Manatic, Resia, Talata Manatic. Waltian, Wadufi, Fidokon. Waltian wasn't my sultan, lakin the manjo, Ubiga at the town visit, Galileo Yaki Talata Osordel, Kali Jai Yaino Bikun Sultan. Goplimar, Osrok Akokaman Yaino Mikun Sultan. In the Tijada, a little bit bigger week Tijada, Nim Jam Doctor. Lakin Tijada, the job, Osrok Akok, they were also very good people. Ashan Pad Minum Zoji Miranga early. Unim Chamjok Fitijabita Burmer. Anabakala Magalela, Honorable what I check, and I'm telling all the people of South Sudan who are listening here, I'm telling the truth. They Marais Mundela Gal anybody who changes his principle depending on who is dealing with is not the right person, is not the right man to lead the nation. I know some of you may come up later on. وما بقول الكلام اللي أنا بقول فوق الإيفيدنس ده. Nowhere to enter a school in Anyuak. This is one of the evidence that Isaac already talked about it. I don't want to mention it already, but those of John Luke and those of Dr. John Joyol, Anyuak, Taban Juj, Dr. Yodgai, Taim, Justin, then Kulum, Del Kashu, Mudarsan, some of them are still alive. Molana Mapi Taban, Allah Yaramu, Zul President Molana John Luke. كان معي في election كانوا وقفنا رشادنا نفوزنا as a STLM and we were working together في أكوبو مع مولانا جون لوك منافسين تابان جوج كانوا تابان وقف as a neutral. I really sorry for him. Great loss. Relationship between Anyuak and Nuer. Ya jamaa Nazir bado kwes, Edward. Nazir kan bado kwes. Remember this, you have to learn this today. Eno mundeng de. Nuer bugulu de Rasul bitam Bram de. De ma Rasul bitam Bram. Anyuak bodo into yet fogo. Into yet get. Wait. Aja Nuer ma amalu le munde, Anyuak amalu le munde. You have to learn it from there today. Anyuak sana tony and pipe and Nuer bishrogu from back there. I do not know how do I explain it and everybody to learn it. I mean to understand it. Pipe and Nuer bishrogu from back. Isimo tony brotan Nuer, isimo ujuel chetanywa. I do not know exactly. Isimo pipe, isimo billion actually. Kudos at the window. Kudos at the window. So huwa Anyuak sanao بصورة جميل جدا من نحاس الأصفر ما في زول عنده في مال ده كله ولا Anyuak ولا Nuer. The word Anyuak يفكر إنه يدي زول ده أجمل هدية في حياته. ناس الأصفر. Yes, اسمه Warnyabo. Huh?
Yes.
Yes. I'm mentioning this because I'm telling the truth. الناس اللي في باقي الوزراء ما عارفينه ده منو عمل الكلام ده. ده Warnyabo. لكن نوير في النهاية قتل ناس زي ما ايزاك قبل ذكروا انه قتل ناس from door to door. Door to door انتوا بتقولوا هنا في المعرض كل يوم ده بعد بينا في أكوبو 83 قتلوا أنواع داخل المدينة أكوبو from door to door انتوا قاعد تكلموا ده لما يعملوا للناس تانيين بوجه ولما هم يعملوا للناس تانيين ما بوجه ما human being are human being human being أنواع قتلوا بالنهار في أكوبو والله without knowing هم جابوا من لو قتلوا الناس بالنهار في أكوبو جوا بعدين الظلم كمان ظهر إنه أنواع في أكوبو ده كله كان يرانو في أكوبو جوا ما رانو ناس في هلا طبعا إذا هلات برا موجودين لأن هلات برا نور ما بقدر له كان فيه شكل شديد نور ما قدر له لكن جوا الناس الجوا قاعدين ساكت قتلهم مساكين لكن قتلهم بعد ما مفتش بلفوك يا ولا كان مفتش من أنواع
برنابا في المايك بتاعك Uncle Barnaba close your mic thank you.
No, Uncle Isaac, sorry. Not Barnaba.
Oh, Uncle Isaac, sorry. Uncle Isaac, close your mic, yeah. Because it's causing echo.
Okay. طبعا أنواع بتاع أكوبو ده هم مشوا انتم كلهم كانوا متعلمين مشوا لأنيوان ده واحد من فكتة الأصل كمان أو ناس أنواع في أكوبو متعلمين هناك كلهم مشوا برا، مشوا في SPLA، مشوا في أنيانا 1، وأنيانا 1 مركز بتاع أبا نايل كله في أراضي بتاع أنيوك. And please listen this also and underline it. Headquarter بتاع أنيانا 1 أبا نايل sector كله كان في أبا نايل. وطبعا معظم كل 4 قبائل اللي كانوا موجودين في الزراعة بتاع أبا نايل، يعني كله أنيوك وشلوك ودينكا ونوير. ناس مرلدة كان participation بتاعه was really very weak. ناس مابان ما فيشين، ناس جيوك شبو ما فيشين، ده كله 4 قبائل. and 4 قبائل ده دايما لما نجي في موضوع ده بذكرني ل4 بول. ربنا دام 4 بول from all 4 ethnic groups. في بول نيموري ياو كان زادو رئيس في بابا وفي علالي. في بول أول من ريبي صوبات. في بول أدوم من شلوك. وفي بول رود من نوير. And these people, as you can see, هم بيبقوا بعضهم لغاية ما الناس وصلوا في executive council في جوبا. They love themselves. يانغرون ديال يوم واحد لما الناس خلاص جايين في 1972 قال شنو؟ ده في بوراغايا، في بوراغايا. قال رم كان شو شولك بوراغايا تشيكوار. ده في أنواع areas. رم كان شو شولك بوراغايا. لغاية يوم الليلة كلام بتاعه ده لسه الناس بقولوا كاسب بيو سامويل كايتو كانوا هم كانوا مختلفين. So جلابة قتل الناس في عدنية، الناس الأجاد الأوق أنواع في عقوبة شديد. أجاد الأوق أنواع في عقوبة المنطقة الأقلية. جلابة قتل الناس في عقوبة عايز أجيبها كلام عنه قبل. تمر شباب الأنواع لأنيانا 1 أنواع كتير مشوا لأنيانا 1 وشاكلوا باقي ناس ماتوا في مالات كتيرة في على النيل. 83 أنواع قتل وبعدين المشكلة الكبيرة اللي خلى أنواع يكونوا بسيطين ده ياو في عقوبة. ده يقمشة لما عمل سبليت بتاع SPL 1991 جاب الكوارتر بتاعه في عقوبة. ونوير المشي وراه ده كله جاء عسكروا في عقوبة. وأنواع بقى خلاص كله وقف بزاف لجوا اللي تجاب إثيوبيا وتجاب تابشارا. This is one of the most reason اللي خلى عقوبة يكون تابع لنوير. نوير يكتر عقوبة. ده قريب ده. ما أنا كنت ضابط إداري فوقه. أنا كنت ضابط إداري في عقوبة في 84 83 أنا كنت في ملكال. و84 أنا مشينا قبل دي I joined Sudan Academy for Administrative Science أكاديمية السودان للعلوم الإدارية. أنا كنت بدوكم 18 شهر تشتغلوا في ميدان وبعد كده ناس يمشوا لأكاديمية السودان للعلوم الإدارية. ده زمننا ده زمننا وكده. ريك ميتشر جو عسكر في يعقوبو. ده يو واحد من معوقات الأوق أنيوك مشوا بعيد لأنه نوير كله كان وقفوا مع نائب الرئيس ريك ميتشر وباقي الناس وقفوا مع دكتور جون جرانج مقتل. ومقتل سلطان يمكن الناس نوير كل الموجودين بيعرفوا شولو ديو قتلوا في بيته. That's why I'm saying killing from house to house it started with us. 2013 شراشرة سلطان فرمان شيب قتلوا. بعدين البطال مننا نينا كحكومة بقول امشوا شوفوا الموضوع ده. انا من اولاد نوير واولاد انيوك اللي هم بيشاكلوا on the ground قالوا امشوا شوفوا مشكلة ده. I think مشكلة need neutral body to go and find out what are the root causes of the conflict, then you address the problem. لكن لما تمشي yes فعلا كنا وضوء برلمانيين مشينا مع نيالوك وشولوك she's a very nice woman. ده زاد مع من أنيوك. أبوغتو من أنيوك أبوغتو من أنيوك. We are related. يا مشينا لكن we cannot do anything. لأنه ده نوير وده أنيوك the same أنيوك هنا. You want to resolve the problem, you have to address the root cause of the conflict. Now, please underline what I'm saying now. There's something very important I want to mention here. Nuer and Denka. Nuer and Denka do not know how to divide the cake equally. Underline this. I came to agree with those who are saying like that. Why? Fiulaya Jungule Asa. Walaya Jungule Asa. As I speak, governor is Denai Chago. Is Nuer. Deputy is Denka. There are 17 ministers. 17 ministers. Only 3 ethnic groups. Denka, Nuer, and Anyuak. Yakwana, ata Nuer mujudi nanda. Magul kalam de tayedo. 17 ministers. Chala Anyuak wahid bas. Ma mungkin ibu wazir ya jama. Anyuak wahid ma mungkin ibu wazir. 17 wazir. Plus governor and deputy governor. 19. Ya Denka, Shilda, ana bishilda. Ya Nuer Shilda, ana bishilda. Ana saltu menena where ana toba nasa mujud. I'm speaking under big tree in South Sudan. Ana kunti ya jaman to the simple warakil deke. Malwa Anyuak fadal barra. Can fighting we fought. Can liberation we liberated South Sudan. Untu gusum duke lehtada. That's in Sudan. Bamshi says the jama. Then being corrupted. Al-Wazarat being corrupted. Everything. Una sombare kano fi SPLA. Tabanin. Imagine. Are we doing right things or we are doing things right? Are we doing right things or we are doing things right? Ashan kida, nas tani bugul Adenka or Nuer in most cases are 2 pieces of 1 coin. Let Denka, ana yake yung wife ya assembly ana good jama. Ana saying minority tamon. If people are saying Anyuak minority. But I'm minority of who now among these 2 people? Minority bidayde either bikun zul jaban wala zul zar mufakir. Lano minority bidayde mazi they are who? You have to support him or her. Ana minority amono, ana minority bidayde Nuer, wala ana minority bidayde Denka. And why they are not supporting me? Sabatashi waziri yake, inta limantugu menena baden, please you go and talk to Governor Chagorban. Dinai Chagor. They should not say. This is the way we rule ourselves. Taban, لما نشاكل نوير ما دينكا الشاب يعني لما نسال نوير ما دينكا كمان كارثة لبعض القبائل بيعملوكم كيف يا ناس بيعملوكم كيف. When Denka fight with Nuer, all the tribes suffer. When they reconcile, it is a disaster to other ethnic groups. Underline it. Akobo election, let me go back to justification that Akobo is belong to Anyuak. I'm almost there, and Matu Tabo. In 1980-81 election, Professor Paul Anadotau defeated late Dr. Michael Waldwin Allayramo. The Rajabita professor at the teaching Dr. John Graham Memorial University in Port. Ustaz Step Quarter One is my teacher. He was my teacher. Allah Yaramo defeated David Gallo then. So, Nina fi election party, the last election, Nina Anyuak كانوا مرشحين في أكوبو أنا بقول أسماء بدام سريع جدا. General Stephen Ogut and he won the election. Barnaba Okony Gilo, Apodo Ujulu Pot, Isaac Ajiba Ochang الموجود معكم هسه. John Ubio Olok, Badur Yasin, Nyobaru Ujulu Pot. ده كان أنيواك اللي كان مرشحين في أكوبو في election 2010. ونوير كان موجودين برضو الرشاو جون لوك جون دابان جوج تاب كودا يجاي أجول لواك. ده في أكوبو اللي نحن بنسميه أكوبو إيست. في ناس برضو ناس جون جوك ريفرند جون جوك شول برا هناك ودان شول كمان برا هناك وديفيد مرحوم ديفيد بديد دان الله يرحمه دبي برا هناك بيقولوا نفوسهم برضو أكوبو but Akobo West. As I said before, that they liked the name of Akobo and they took it with them to that site and the Diror or Walga Kai Queen Wat Piri Malatel. Finally, I want now to summarize justification that Akobo is an Anyuak land. ملخص مبررات انتماء عن أكوبو إلى أنيوك. 1. موقع جغرافي مناطق الأكوبو ده ما فيه علاقة مع نوير. Geographical location of Akobo is in the territory of Anyuak Kingdom. This is 1. 2. حدود أكوبو مع قبائل الجوار. حدود أكوبو مع قبائل الجوار. Border Akobo borders with neighboring tribes, Russian, Biam, and Wandi. 3. اسم بتاع أكوبو هو أنيواك أصلا 100%. ده اسم بتاع أكوبو ما في زول تاني قبيلة تاني ممكن يقول أكوبو بتاعي واسم ما بتاعك ما تبراو أبور بتقوم ورايا يا جماعة بتاعك أنت بتقولوا بتاعك كيف يعني شيء دungdu ما دي ما أنت أسا ديرور والغا كاي كوين بيري ده كله أسماء بتاعنا أيوة ما ممكن cannot say that this is my mental. No. 4. وصول بريطانيا منطقة أكوبو سنة 1911 ووجد أنيوك فقط. Britain arrived Akobo area 1911 and Anyuak only found there. فتح مدرسة باللغة الأنيوك. Opening a school in Anyuak language. This evidence that the area is belong to Anyuak. ورني وصلنا الجليون من النحاس الأصفر للوصول للنوير مندع. ورسلوه هناك. عملوا في أكوب ورسلوه لمندع. مندع قال لو كان أكوب بتاع النوير ما كان مندع بقول بويدع. كان بيجي في أكوب هنا. But he knows that is very very هو فعلا زول حقيقي معادل. قال لا ده منطقة بتاعنا ما نمشي أكوب. نمرة 7 نظافة الشوارع. نظافة الشوارع في زمن بريطانيا حتى في زمن العرب تحدد الحدود. يعني القبيلة ده بنظف شارع لقادي آخر بتاعه حدود بتاعه مع قبيلة تاني. ده لقادي يوم الليلة is very clear. That's why Akobo is inside Anyuak Kingdom. It's inside Anyuak Kingdom. ما قريب ذاته من مانويل. And by the way في محل فضاء كبير خلاص. في محل فضاء كبير عشان تصل للسينة الشعبية. في محل كبير ولا دوجن. النويري شوف أثبت كلام قبل أنا أقول لك you underline this. نوير يريدون تغيير اسم أكوبو لأنه اسم أكوبو ده اسم بتاعنا دايرين نغيره باسم بيلكي. ده دليل على إنه منطقة ده ما بتاعهم دايرين يشيلوا ويغيروا اسم بتاعه. وده ما أبوار يعني. I said Nuer want to change the name of Akobo to Nuer name and to be called Bilkei. What is Bilkei? What is Bilkei? كل اسماء مناطق والأنهر أنيوك. All the names and the rivers, all the names of the areas and the rivers are Anyuak. Aporo, Arini, Agi, Burmat, Burmer, and غيره. كله أسماء بتاع أنيوك. دخول النوير المدرسة باللغة الأنيوك. نوير entering is school in Anyuak language. These are evidence there. توطين 4 أسرة من لو في أكوبو. Settlement of 4 families in Akobo. this دليل على إنه هم جايين من محل بعيد. أسماء نوير الذين دخلوا مدرسة بلهجة أنيوك. We have mentioned, Isaac mentioned, and I also mentioned some of them that نوير ودخلوا مدرسة بلهجة أنيوك. Finally أنا بسلم عليكم كلكم. لو أنا كلمت بصوت عالي شديد ولا أنا عملت زي أنا ما زعلان من أي زول. We need to learn from ourselves, and we need to resolve our issues so that we live in peace and harmony and utilize our available resources effectively and efficiently. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا جزيلا. ممكن تعمل ميل بتاع أنكل برنابا Honorable برنابا. شكرا. Thank you so much. أنا Joseph, Doctor, can you close the mic? Dr. Joseph. Yeah. Before I proceed to Dr. Joseph, خلينا نقدم شكر لأنكل Honorable برنابا. بالمناسبة الحلقة ده حلقة مهم جدا لنا كلنا كجنوبين في ساوث السودان القاعدين نشاهدوا في مستمعين فيسبوك يوتيوب and also Clubhouse. أنا زار في حاجات ما I was not aware of them أنا عرفت في حلقة بتاعت الليلة, and that why it is very important for us to listen. Let's give space لأي زول في جنوب marginalized, أي زول محمش في جنوب السودان. The voice of people is yours. Wanna from today, I'm ready to host anyone, any tribe in Junuba Sudan they have a concern of marginalization. You are highly welcome. Please reach out to me. It بتعرف messenger بتاعي, بتعرف WhatsApp reminder. Look for someone who actually have my number, and you are highly welcome to present your case, because nobody going to speak on behalf of you. You are the one going to present your case. And if there is someone outside there, Anyuak ana bashkurkum, because lo intu ma kuti jitu alela, ma fi zol biri farin el kalama gato guluda. Nobody. And that's why always garina gulu in the Junubin, everybody come out, come and talk. Ana benet kalam an gadaya siyasi fi Junuba Sudan. But what our community is facing, nobody aware of it. So shukran jaziran. Ana, before I pass the mic, it's upset to you was sad actually, and also was upset for me to hear that, and that is very important to Nuer and Denka to know that. Ana taban hina, and as for Katirin, they are not happy, and I can see the comment, Facebook and Clubhouse, people are threatening me, ya Edward. You see, this thing, I don't worry about any threat from anyone. If empty threat, I don't worry about it. But you see, let us speak the truth. And sometimes people, you come here try to pretend you are intellectual and you are upset and desperate, very angry human being. You present yourself. Shuf ya Junubin. Let us be honest to ourselves. Lonina derin Junubda, and I say this always. دايرين جنوب السودان البلد الكل زول في جنوبين بلقى حق بتاعه. وانا قاعد اقول هنا, I said it always here. This concept of minority, majority, this, I don't want to use a bad word because of my respect to my speakers and also to Dr. Joseph, Uncle Isaac, Uncle Barnaba, Comrade Isaac. You know, we are majority, minority, ukalamda. Ma fi balad bibnu. There is no country built on this useless and stupid concept, minority and majority. The country built on rights of human being. Everybody logabila bitak, neferen, talata, you have your own rights. And from this show tonight, Denka of Bor in Jungule State, let me put it straightforward. This is my own words at Voice of People Forum. And Launwer in Jungule. You guys, from today, and Nasser Bektibutet, feel ashamed about yourself. Izakan, fi state whereby there is a tribe called Anyuak, and there is 17 ministers, 17. Itu berkesum bayanatkum da galib kabir bita shunu zaida. Coming here writing comment telling me, threatening why you hosting Anyuak. Lanu betoslumu finas. Toslumu finas. Come and play game Nuer Udenka or Direct Stable Alena. No, this will not be accepted. I want to make this note. Ya jamana, 17 waziri fi wilaya. Kulu gabilten. Anyuak de magari mako fi wilaya. Uderino kama maniji na malokum hosina shan yegulu junubi na tahmisha lumu ashinu. This is not acceptable. And Junub Zaida, balash minnu. Let us be honest. Balad Zaida, Junubin, you know, take the notes. And I'm not going to make too much comment. Kalam bekhali naz yazalo, khali zol yazalo. And people are writing comment here, threatening. Italo interzol intellectual, ita guide for America, ita guide for Canada. Some of you are writing comment here, you are in Canada, United States. You don't have right where you are now in Canada or America? Are you the majority? You just explain yourself. Look at how shame you are. 17 waziri ya jamana fi wilaya. Anyuak dama ikundu waziri wise wala. Labors, why? Why? Yakhana mada normal comment fi nukter, but I put it down. I will make comment later on because this thing I need to address it politically. Let us keep the show. Mata tulena kalam fara. Kutaytiji tistamru fi nas. Balade ma bita denko nwer. Ana gado gulu be shif. Ana ma shifta gule idwa tribalist. You say, but balade ma bita denko nwer. Balade bita kulu junubin. This is not acceptable. Because kanite denka wala nwerawi, intelo betkelemana adala, you cannot talk about the equality and justice, and you guys are marginalizing Anyuak kadi mako fil state. Yak 17 na ibwali nwerawi, wale nwerawi, na ibwali denkawi. Badak tagasimu manasulu bainatkum. Kalam Farah. Dr. Joseph, I'm sorry, but you know, take your chance, and I will address this in coming shows. Kalam da, ashankeda bashkurkum. Friday iti ada Dr. Joseph. Friday mdakana gutelek. Instead for you coming here, depending Salfakir, SPLM, come and talk on behalf of your people. Marginalization will hassle fi jungule. SPLM da lo masha gaba, ma fi adala by the nas, balash. Nobody will accept the Haja Zaidi. Nobody will accept Haja Zaidi. You have to come and talk on behalf of your people. Aizol guide online, you know, itkellem an gabila bitak wal gadi hasalek. Learn if you don't speak, you don't talk, you don't come here, nobody will know this. And I go to check them and rifta alele 17 minister kullo min denko nwer fi Jungule State. Anyuak da wala indo mozir wide. Contribution amolo Anyuak da, who is going to deny that today? Dr. Joseph, coming.
Thank you, brother Edward, and I feel you, and you can imagine the agony that this small tribe called Anyuak is going through. And not only those 17 positions in the Jungule State, since South Sudan became independent, actually even during the transition period, there have never been one single Anyuak that had been appointed. I'm talking about Anyuak Okony, that has been appointed or into the National Assembly in Juba. No one single Okony Anyuak, and leave alone to the House of Nationalities. No one single Okony Anyuak. And I don't want to talk about the executive branch. There have no one single Anyuak since the peace CPA was signed. And actually, Anyuak contribution during Sudan, there were Anyuak in the level of the national government in Khartoum. And even in the governors of the Upper Nile, there were some Anyuak, if some of you remember, those are Philip Obama. But in independent South Sudan, suddenly, Anyuak was completely marginalized in such level that even we never witnessed this in Sudan, in the whole Sudan, when we were part of Sudan. There are actually more Anyuak in the government of the United States than in South Sudan. I mean, in the high position. Can you imagine? And that is the home, our home. But anyway, this is Joseph again, and thank you, Brother Edward, for dedicating today's show to such a sensitive issue like land grabbing, especially in Akobo. And I'm very, very happy when you announced that this land grabbing should not be only for the Anyuak, that there are other communities around South Sudan that should be also come out to speak out about their grievances. And this is really becoming the real voice of the people. So the issue of land grabbing is the most destructive disease affecting many people in South Sudan, and particularly the minorities. And it's the leading root cause of conflicts, actually, in the entire country. Unfortunately, when people talk about land grabbing, there are some powers that try to kind of brush it out. And it's not receiving, or it's not given the appropriate attention despite its urgency. I sometimes wonder why this very important issue that affect millions of peoples in Equatoria, in Upper Nile, Greater Baragazal, there are millions of people affected because of this. Why is not receiving attention? And I realize if you make a statistic of the national government since independence, or even after the CPA, look at the composition of the decision-making position in the country and the government, it's comprised mostly of the two major tribes. And these two major larger tribes, they do not understand the devastating effects of land grabbing on small communities. Land grabbing is an evil practice that wipes out entire communities, which is why actually it's condemned in the Bible in Exodus 20, verse 17, chapter 20, verse 17. Actually, this is the 10th commandment that Moses brought. It says, you shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, or his male servant, or his female servant, or his ox, or his donkey, or anything that is your neighbor's. You should not take thing that is not yours, that doesn't belong to you. And unfortunately, we made it a practice in South Sudan. And Anyuak is just one of many minority tribes that are going through this agony of being wiped away from their land. It is happening, unfortunately, in Anyuak land, it's happening in Equatoria, and it's happening in Baragazal. It's a disaster, it's a disease that needs to be addressed. And unfortunately, the minority tribes that are affected, they are not in a position, and they don't have a forum to voice this. And I'm very, very happy today, and I applaud you, Edward, if you can make this as part of your program, so that many people can come out and talk about it. You will be surprised how many people are affected in South Sudan. But now going back to Akobo, I don't want to repeat a lot of things that were mentioned already by Uncle Barnaba and Elder Isaac Ajiba, but I want to touch some historical fact about Akobo. When Sudan was divided and we became an independent country, everything was set to 1956. The borders between Sudan and South Sudan was said to be the borders that was left by British in 1956. Even internal borders within South Sudan was said to be those led by British in 1956. So let us visit those records of the British, what the borders of Okobo look like, where the Anyuak are. So let us look at it. And actually, there are a lot of those records that were compiled together by Willis and put in a book called the Upper Nile Province Handbook. Some of you, if you don't have it, it's available on Amazon. But there are also a lot of other books also that are there. But let us go to Okobo district that was left by British in 1956 and has compiled by Tunnicliffe. And you know, Captain Tunnicliffe is the British administrator who was in charge of Okobo until 1937. So what he wrote about Okobo, where did he put the borders of Okobo district? Well, in the north, he put it in where we call it Kwashar, about 2 miles. And in the west, he put it from Shoilwal south to Fuleta, following Kortuni to Tungadin. And in the south, it followed the longitude 32 degrees and 15 minutes and latitude of 6 degrees and 0 minutes, following the latitude due east to the Okobo River. And then in the east, of course, the border is Okobo River, which is the international border that the British set, dividing between Sudan and Ethiopia. So everything east to Okobo River is Ethiopia, which is Gambela, and everything west from Okobo is Sudan. And by the way, Okobo River divided villages, by the way. So there are some Anyuak villages that are divided by Okobo River. If you're on the east side, you become Ethiopian. And if you're on the west side, you are South Sudanese, which is another problem. I hope in another program we can talk about it. But Okobo district these are the borders that was left by the British and called as Okobo district. Also, there are 2 tribes in Okobo district, Anyuak and Bear, or Bur. Some people call it Bur, which is today we call Murle. So people don't realize that Okobo district, Murle actually belonged to Okobo district as of 1956. And also the Anyuak in Okobo district are the Okobo of Anyuak, which is called Chiro Anyuak, and the Adon and Upper Okobo River Anyuak, we call it Tiranam Anyuak. Also, they are part of this Okobo district. So Okobo district is current Okobo, Pochala, and Pibor. This is the district that was led by the British with the borders that I just mentioned. And there are these 2 communities that were in it. But the British were kind enough to recognize some of the guests that were available in Okobo. We were the host. So we had our visitors. So they mentioned 4 villages that had Nuer in it. And as mentioned by Elder Isaac Ajiba earlier, there are these 4 families that came to Okobo and were welcomed by our ancestors. And I'm not talking about dinosaur era. I'm not talking about 17th, 18th century, like some usually want to portray, oh, this happened long time ago. No, I'm talking about 3 generations from me. I'm talking about my grandfather here. When this family of Nying Shamjok came to Okobo, one of the people that he talked to is actually in my clan in Ogilo. It's the level of my grandfather 3 generations from me. And he was settled in this area called Mer. That is also my land. Burmuth is my land too. Actually, some of you who follow me in some of my forums, I use the name Burma because that's the name of my ancestors. But these Nying Shamjok were settled there in Mir area. But they were given conditions. They were not settled there forever. They were given conditions that you are here to graze your cattle during the dry season and go back to your land during the rain season because you have water and grass. So this is the condition that, and also there were another condition that was given. If it happened at one point that your children and my children or your grandchildren and my grandchildren are not getting along, you should leave the area. So for those of Nying Chamjua, if there are his children or grandchildren here on this forum, or will listen or will hear later on this video, I hope this is being recorded.
Is recorded
Yes.
in Facebook, YouTube, and Clubhouse, Doctor.
Yes, we want to put in a record once and for all that we are not getting along. And based on that gentleman agreement between our grandfathers, you should go home. It's time to go home. We don't want you in a cove anymore because we are not getting along anymore. Just put in record of the children and grandchildren of Nying Shamjua. Let us put it straight. Those in Mir and those in Burma. It's time to go home. And also later on, there's another family that was settled later on, which is the family or Courtwall, which mentioned earlier by Uncle Barnaba. Actually, he was a witchcraft. And he kind of had a special relationship with Anyuak King Agada. And he wanted to live among the Anyuaks, and he asked King Agada to be given a place to live in among the Anyuaks. And the king talked to those of Chiro, Anyuak of Akobo, and he asked Chief Wanding, and you mentioned that earlier, and this guy was settled in the place called Mir Koing, not far from Mir. And there's two villages, which is Mir and then Koing. And also in Nyukwar area, there's a place of Chief Deng Urjok. By the way, Deng Urjok, he's the father of Okan. He's the guy, one of the first educated Anyuak who used to type documents in Akobo. He is Okan Deng Jok. That is his father, land, Deng Urjok. They call it now Deng Jok, but it's actually the land of Deng Jok. When Kok Giang came and he asked for land, also because of drought in Laos, he was settled there, he was given land there. See, we are the Anyuak, we are peaceful and we welcome people who have issues or have troubles in their land. And this is very important to tell today to South Sudanese because sometimes there could be a flooding somewhere and people run to other places. This issue of COVID is important because if running to other people's place to save refuge become an issue to the people that are hosting you, you overstay your there and later on claim to be the majority there and claim to be the owner of the land there. This won't help with nationhood building for South Sudan. This will cause trouble because when things happen in other parts of South Sudan, like it happened in Jungulen, want to run to Equatoria, those of Equatoria may say that don't come here because later on you will not go back and your children later on will come and talk and say that we are the majority in the land, and now there's another way or ours of land occupation. Actually, some people believe in land expansion, unfortunately. They talk about it, and this is what's happening in Akobo. And that's why Akobo issue is very important for national security of the entire South Sudan. As Martin Luther said it, injustice in one place is a threat to justice everywhere. Injustice in Akobo, of these 4 families that came to Akobo, that welcome to Akobo because of the issues that they have in their own original land, and they brought their relatives, and now they're claiming to be the majority in Akobo, and not only just majority of Akobo, executing the owners of the land, suppressing them, actually marginalizing them. And I want to make it straight. Salva Kiir, the reason why he is not taking an issue of Akobo, and he said, President Salva Kiir, when he was captain, he served in Akobo, and he know Akobo is an Anyuak land. Why Salva Kiir is quiet? Because he's afraid of Nuer. But if you are president and you can't solve the issue of the land because of fear of other people, how can you be the grant for safety for everyone? You are not only the president of Nuer, you are president of Anyuak also. But if you let Nuer of more low to behave like this in Akobo, and who is wishing out their land, how can you protect other South Sudanese? How can you protect other minorities? And when you make degrees, you just make the Akobo Bia, Akobo Long Nuer. Why don't you call those people as the president of all people, has the grant of constitution, the grant of safety for every South Sudanese, and say that, sit down, I serve in Akobo, I know land belongs to Anyuak. Why don't you sit down and have peace first before you make those degrees, Mr. President? Anyway, to go back to this issue of Akobo, in 1930s, 1940s, those 4 villages that I mentioned that the British recorded to be occupied by Nuer, but also the British were kind enough to recognize that these are Anyuak villages. So Nuer, they were host there. They put the population to be, total population to be around 800 people. And if you doubt that, please go and look for the book called The Upper Nile Province Handbook. And Edward, if you want, I can.
I have the book. I have the hard copy. The page, actually, the page is 199, by the way.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. So, if you're saying that the oral records that were mentioned by Uncle Barnaba and Isaac Ajiba is not correct, is our British also misleading you? Are British also wrong? So the records are there, speaking about themselves, that Akobo is an Anyuak area. And by the way, Akobo, when Akobo Gadim was, the town was moved in 1912 from the Akobo Gadim to this area, it was moved to an Anyuak village also because there was a Gi there and there was Sham there. And it was also moved to other Anyuak area, but they continue to call it Akobo. It wasn't moved to Lone Nuer. It was moved within the Anyuak territory. And it's thus an Anyuak area. By the way, the British also used to write postal office by tribes. So if you go to record, and if that building is still there in Akobo, if you go to postal office, it's written Akobo Anyuak. It's there. It's written there. And if you don't believe this also, the records of the missionaries. Christianity was introduced to Akobo by a missionary called Don McClure from Pennsylvania. And he wrote his book, The History of Don McClure Adventure in Africa, and I recommend that you go and read it, from Khartoum to Addis Ababa in 5 decades. When he went to Akobo in 1953, he said that there was a single Nuer in Akobo. That is in his book in 1953. So he has to bring translators from Nasser, from Yum to Akobo to help with translation so that he can go to the low area. No single one. Are missionaries also wrong? Are they also deceiving? So why Akobo and Anyuak are not in Akobo? Massacre of 1983. SPLA fight was in the territory of Anyuak. And Jalap, you know, what they did is the game. Militias will give you guns, go hunt for the rebels. Anyuak are all were considered rebels. New rebels were created to go and hunt for the SPLA, for the rebels, for us who are liberators. And in the state, they turned their guns against the Anyuak. By the way, John Garang promised Anyuak that when peace is signed, I will make sure that Anyuak go back to Akobo. Unfortunately, he died before he completed his mission, but we were hoping that President Salva Kiir would take from there. But he didn't. So there are a lot of things to talk about, a lot of evidence, and my brother, Nuer, they keep saying that those talk that we bought a call from Anyuak. Oh, we were there in since 17th century. Or actually, Akobo was ours, and then we took it, and now we take it back. Or a lot of kind of theories that they try to create. It's nothing more than elephant being in the room and trying to justify their illegal occupation of Akobo. My dear brothers and sisters in this forum, I just want to let you know that Akobo, in current condition, is occupied. It's occupied by Nuer, Mor, Low Nuer, and particular sub-clan called Mor Nuer. Akobo doesn't belong to Nuer. And people like me, and people like Uncle Barnaba, people like Friday, we have no home. We have nowhere to go. Back in 2017, when my brother died, we tried to bury in Akobo, but we were not welcome to bury my brother where he was born. I cannot even go home where I was born because that land now is claimed by somebody else. How can we say we are Sudanese, South Sudanese, and we are brothers when we do this to each other? And unfortunately, Akobo is not the only area or territory that have been occupied. There are many places in South Sudan. So let us put hands together as South Sudanese, patriotic South Sudanese, to put this to an end. Let us agree with Martin Luther King that injustice anywhere, or injustice in one place is a threat to justice everywhere. So injustice in Akobo is a threat to justice in the entire South Sudan. So let us work together to solve this Akobo problem of Akobo. And thank you, Brother Edward, for this opportunity and for opening this forum for the voiceless to voice their concern. And I hope that President Kiir will think about this, because when people talk about Anyuak, people say, oh, it's only Pochala. Yes, Pochala are Anyuak, but Akobo district is Akobo, Anyuak, Pochala, and Pivot. This is the Akobo district that British left. And I'll rest my case here. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Joseph. As you said, injustice to Anyuak is a threat to justice everywhere in South Sudan. Thank you so much. Before I give Adero 2 minutes or 3 minutes to add any comment, let me ask my main speakers, Uncle Barnaba, Uncle Isaac, and also Joseph, how many minutes actually, how many kam dagiga masalan indoko masala shandan der nafta frost le question or comment jana der nafta kom al frost da based on zaman bitatkum nishil kam minasa 1 hour 40 minutes la zaman kumi tulano into nas kubar kida ana mader kum to goro katir kida. So let me know 1 hour masalan is good or to raikum shano before I open hand. Uncle Barnaba, Uncle Isaac.
1 hour.
Okay, so 1 hour is good. Maana saa 8:30 bukunina intehena. Shukran jazira. Okay. Dero and Isaac Friday war. I'm going to give each of you 2 minutes to make comment. Please stick on 2 minutes. And Nasir Tehet and Abafta yet. Low in the comment when you come up, I will give you 3 minutes, make comment or 4 minutes. And also, if you have question, go to your question direct to the main speakers. أنا ما عندي مشكلة also to host لو مثلا في أي زول زي ما قلنا قبل any concern صوت الشعب ده member بتاعت كل الجنوبيين is a voice of voiceless وبيتكلم نيابة عن الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. الليلة جنوبيين يتعرفتوا جنوب السودان ده تركيب بتاعه كيف والظلم الموجود فوقه. And it's good actually. أي زول مسلم I'm ready to host you despite the threat from anyone. So, Odero, go ahead, and Odero, go ahead and make your comment.
Well, thank you, Brother Edward. I would like Friday just to go ahead before me, if you will, please.
Okay, thank you, Brother Diuru, for giving me this moment. I would only dwell my minutes into questions so that the speakers can elaborate more to the audience. We know you have already talked about history, and currently there's a lot of things that has happened. For example, from 2007 onward, during, for example, Commissioner Doyak and then Commissioner Dr. Goy Joyul and the current commissioner, there were attempts that they were trying to make a land survey. So can you also talk about that? And also the efforts, were there any efforts done, for example, to bring the Lone and the Anyuak together so that they can resolve these land issues? I think these are the things that I would like the audience also to hear more from you, the main speakers. Thank you.
Odero, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Brother Edward. I would like really to give an appreciation for just giving this a chance to the voiceless people so they can be able to express themselves in such a manner. And this is really an opportunity for all of us who are up here and down there to learn about the land grabbing. I think this is really a fantastic moment. And thank you for just offering such an opportunity to everyone that who is actually having a problem in their own areas. This is the biggest problem in South Sudan that all of us are actually facing. Yes, I am not going to talk much. I just wanted to say that the younger generations who did not know what the facts are, those are the facts. If anybody on the north side, whether young or adult, have an argument, they can just come up here and tell those elders where they went wrong. There is no problem about that. But yes, I blame the government of South Sudan that led by Salva Kiir Mayardit, who knows better than everyone here about the history. Not only the history of Akobo, but the entire, all corners of South Sudan. Dr. Riek Machar and Salva Kiir, they know it. They know it better. And they know how they attracted people to come and actually fight for the liberation of the current South Sudan. They know it better. But why they're trying to divide the entire country and neglect all the fighters, the freedom fighters who fought vigorously against the Khartoum North in order for the generations to become an independent? This is the question that I don't know how it can be actually answered by those leaders in South Sudan. So just to make it short, I wanted the younger generations of today to get to know the fact. If we really wanted to build a South Sudan that would accommodate all of us, we need to follow the fact. We really need to follow the fact, and we need to embrace each other. We need to acknowledge somebody else's property. By acknowledging alone, that will create the atmosphere and having two brothers to live together in harmony. But when you just choose to be in a state of denial that creates hate and create the problem. This is my message to the younger generations. We're all South Sudanese. We're in the Western world right now. There is something really very important in the Western world, Aidan. When you have a state, you attempt to create a better atmosphere to attract all the citizens to come to your state. You want to become a majority by providing a better service to the citizen. By doing so, your state will have more people, and that will be actually, you will have a lot of taxes, and the state will be stable to create so many job opportunity. This is how you actually attract the citizen. So there is no any problem for the Anyuak to have a better life or better harmony with others, to have other citizens to stay in their areas. No problem. But when you come and deny the rights of a human, that wouldn't give us a good indication for the future life. But yes, I'm just sending this message. This younger generation, we need to embrace each other. The internal disputes are less than what we face surrounding the entire South Sudan. We have the problem of Olimi Triangle. We have the problems in Abia. We have all these borders.
Odero, you are out of topic. Please try to summarize in 1 minute. Sorry. I'm sorry for that. Thank you. I want to stick on the topic.
Thank you. Thank you, Edward. I was just trying to mention that. So this is really important. So I am just sending the message for younger generation not to be in a denial and try to create things that are not even relevant and create problem between each other and continue to keep each other for the very land that we will left behind tomorrow. So this is just my message. We wanted to go ahead and just recognize the fact. I wanted to stop here, Brother Edward. I will elaborate later when people reacted. Thank you. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Odero. Thank you so much, Uncle Barnaba. Thank you so much, Uncle Isaac. And thank you so much, Dr. Joseph. And as well, thank to Friday and Odero. And let me welcome comrades, brothers, sisters, Ongeo, General Ongeo, Mido, Simon, Compadre Simon, Gadluk, Nyaponyi, Benjamin, Moon, Ujuok, Nyet, and what is this one? Albino. I think something. Anyhow, Jama ana gafalta yet because of time. Le uncle Bitarna Bordo let also acknowledge the age difference and also being up here for a very long time. And also my work at Mashigaret Akhar. And I will be giving 3 to 5 minutes. If you have question, you have comment, it's up to you. But actually put in your mind, I'm controlling the time. Let me start with General Dufa Ongeo. Fadal.
Thank you, Comrade Edward. Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you, yeah.
Thank you, Lord. I would like to thank the podium and the rest of MC for this opportunity. Really great time to all of South Sudanese to know exactly what is going on in Akobo. For all this time, we've been silent. We never raised any issue of Akobo to South Sudanese around the world. But now time is coming to tell the truth. I name Ungawinyi Board, General Ungawinyi Board, Akobo Town, Ayama Kobo, Buma Aboro, which is in the city side. My area in Akobo city side in Malakia, Ayachiro, and Daya. We are the last family in Akobo. There is no one behind us. Warana and Fadi Mafa Ayazur, Mabani and Mojut fi Akobo. Mena Awak Nas fi Hayindaya. Nasir Mojudin Jamana Jirana fi Hayidenga Hayizande. Badu fi Hayatabaj. Tabaji Taban Unerawi, Tajir, عشان just تعمل لماكم. So أنا بتكلم في مشاكل في الثمانينات ما برجع ورا. أنا بشكر Uncle Isaac, Honorable Barnaba. He nailed everything. But أنا بتكلم في الثمانينات. At 2013.
General Ongeo, shabaga bita fiu mishkila ubagelek 2 minutes. Fana lo jamana الناس اللي بيجوا فوق من أنيواك لو بيجي في كلام تاني للسرد أقول أنتوا تدوا فرصة للجنوبين وأبناء نوير ولو بيجي في روم تاني ممكن نعمله تاني because السبيكرز جبال زمن بتاعهم بس 1 hour عشان برضو بعدين لو أبناء نوير لو جو فوق أنا will increase minute بتاعهم شوية because the concern بتاعكم انتوا we now have to give them time also to try to make comments. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I think أنا ما بمشي كتير. أنا ببدأ من 2013 during Riek Machar crime. Riek Machar, he displaced Anyuak of Akobo, and he claimed that territory to be Ayo territory, to block Anyuak to come back to Akobo. And 2009, 2010, 2011, 2013, Anyuak was everywhere in Akobo. And I was there. My uncle Isaac, Ajiba, Honorable Barnaba, we both of us were there. Those time I'm mentioning. So, أنا طبعا بتكلم لغات مختلفة. فالنوير بيستخدموا حكومة عشان يقدر يشيلوا مناطق بتاع الناس. هم بيتكلوا لحكومة شديد عشان يشيلوا مناطق بتاع الناس. وده الطريقة اللي هم شنو شغالين به ليوم الليلة. فأنت لو شفت في حكومة بتاع الجنوب معظم مناصب في حكومة اتحادية النوير تبدأ من النواب والوزراء 3/4 or 9% Nuer. Lakini bugulum lisa Muslimin. I don't know kind of these people. أنا ما أعرف. فأنا طبعا بشكركم. أنا ما في كلام كتير لكن الزمن أنا برجو شعب الجنوب بصفة عام ودكتور يم مشار لو بيسمع يسحب القوة بتاعه الموجود في أكوبو يوديه في مناطق بتاع نوير. We don't have problem. أنيواك برجعوا والقوة بتاع الحكومة والجيش القومي الموجود في دولة بتاع الجنوب يستولوا على شنو؟ على منطقة بتاع أكوبو and then أنيواك بيرجعوا لأنه for insecurity minimum ما بنقدر نرجع. We can't go back because of insecurity of IU of Riek Machar. So now عشان نرد الناس لو you know يعني استولت أكوبو يكون ده منطقة خاص لآيو وأي تعيين للمناصب الموجود في أكوبو كله بيجي آيو لأنه المنطقة ده تبعه لآيو. فأنا كأنيواك ما تابعين لآيو تابعين لحكومة وبعض منهم تابعين للمعارضة فبسيط منهم تابعين للمعارضة. فإننا في حكومة ما عندنا فرصة. We have to be honest. لأنه منطقة لسه تبعوا لآيو. عندنا أغوستينو ليرو is part of IO. He got nothing. عندك مدوو he was the director في لو زمن ده في IO. He got nothing. He got Uburluk, John Majong. He got nothing. And those guys, they was fighting with them together. But they gave him nothing. You see? So, أنا ما بقي فيني أنا بشكرك إدوارد في كتير لكن أنا ما بقدر أقوله لأنه الزمن مع الناس. ندي فرصة لبرادة نوير نسمع منهم كمان. أنا بشكرك. You can work. Thank you.
شكرا. هو سايمون انت فتحت مايك بتاعك. سايمون ابوي انت مستعجل قدامك ميدو ولا نديك تمشي؟
No, I think the mic was open by mistake. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you نيو جنرال. Thank you. هو خليك قاعد فوق. ده طبعا توبيك مهم جدا وانا باكد انا افتح تاني because when we talk to ourselves we are finding a solution. ميدو فضل because of time. The speakers take note. Aizol, Uncle Barnaba, Dr. Joseph, Uncle Isaac, Shiloh notes. So yeah, go ahead, Mido.
Okay. Thank you, Brother Edward, for good job that you're doing for those who doesn't speak up for their behalf. But I'm so glad today, Anna Moksuda Lela, my brothers and sisters, that my in-laws came out to address that issue that's concerned everybody, and everybody doesn't even want to appreciate the welcoming that they have done in their life, because historically my in-laws, they welcome a lot of people during the struggle time. أنا جيتنا في 2 حاجات بس. في ناس بيكتبوا حاجات تانية هناك ده كانوا وور اللي كلهم مشاكل ده بتاع قبيلة معين بس. قبيلة دينكا ونوير ده the most destructive قبيلة تبيها بتاعهم شيء عدوهم شيء. أنا ذا بصورة إنها بعرف منهم بس. ليه؟ لأنه يأخذ زول بيجي في محلك بدل ما يقسم معك أكل بتاعك زاد جاي يأكل أكل بتاعك كله ويخليك تجعان. ولو يتكلم ده يقول لك يا أخي أنتوا ليه تكرهونا؟ Why you guys? Why don't you guys live in your area? Even right now, أي قتالين اللهم قاعدين فوق قالوا يخلوا لهم لسه بمو. جاي وراكل جاي نعمل distraction للناس بعد بشيء وبشنو شنو. هاي ده كلام جاي نقوله. For those who are writing down in the war, شايفين هم ياونا جامشاكم. أي حرب داسي بيجا براو. War right now is different than before. مشاك حتى Chinese. الكان زمان زول بيجيب قدام وده بيجيب وراو.
that will put them step from a camp down. So what is different now? Ain't the guy from help that the reason that make you move from your house to come to my house? Respect that reason. If I welcome you, please, if I welcome you, appreciate that for the rest of your life. Lalo to mind go spiritual sharing. Jain best tamla ko pa ito turu dunas barra. Fi wahed kada ko balchu ate dagar look wal muna I can't wait to hear from you. To gul gal yaki Anyuak kan claim galu man Ethiopia as buga South Sudan. Ya khala kala mara. Har balu tu had gulu jab fi junub Sudan da. Har de jabu lena munu fi junub. Ma jabu de nga unot. Gala jidira tu de kan buta tu. Umaru Khartoum gal da Khartoum buta jitu fatana lakum ba guna da akhwan nasu. Jibtulena harab mudna magum so. Bardo akil dakulu bram. Amara kulu denga unwere abani no fi Juba. Win-win. Itu ba da tabnu fi mahalko. Ulissa machine. Zol bumshi kharabagar fraz و بول bagar. I'm tired of sick of you guys. أي زول داري يعمل نفسه وينه بيحب رطانة بتاعه. ما داري يكون قومي. أمشي ببليك بتاعك. Practice نويرنزم ولا بدنكنزم في المعالم. الزول اللي بيجيك تطلع دينه. أنا ما داري لك بتاعه. Thank you. ما يعني ناس ده.
Thank you compatriot Mido. طبعا هنا في صوت الشعب يا اخوانا ده صوت بتاع الجنوبيين and we respect everybody's opinion. Compatriot Simon, go ahead, you have your 5 minute brother. Welcome to the room.
Thank you, compatriot Edward, and let me also take this opportunity to thank your speakers, those elders and brothers from Anyuak who have come and to speak their mind about the history of Akoba today. I also want to thank all the colleagues that came up here to ask the questions. And also I want to thank the people of South Sudan who have been down here patiently listening to the history. For me, I only have 2 questions. Anyuak is not new to me. I've been in most part of the Anyuak land. I went through Jebel Gisa all the way to Pachala and some of the places. And I can understand a few words from Anyuak, but I don't speak the language that well. But I can hear some words. So I only came up here for 2 questions. Now, my first question is, seeing the issue of Akoba, it started a long time ago between the Nuer and Anyuak. Did Anyuak take that issue to the government of Sudan to resolve the issue at that time? That one question. Number 2, I'm a bit confused about the ministers when one of the speakers was talking about 17 ministers in Jungule were all Dinga and Nuer. And I don't know if Anyuak have to get 2 positions because according to my understanding, Anyuak and Murle, they've been given separate administration, which is Pibor administration. So how can they also get position of ministerial position in Jungule when they already have separate administration? So those are the 2 questions I just came to ask, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Uncle Joseph, Dr. Joseph, Uncle Isaac. Barnaba, Joseph, take the question down, but I will give you a chance. Let move the line. Gadluk, go ahead. You have 5 minutes, and go ahead.
I believe you mean Galwak, right?
Yeah, is it Galwak? Yeah, Galwak. Galwak, okay.
All right, thank you so much. I will have a comment and 2 questions. One of my questions is now just been asked by a previous speaker. I know the issue of land in South Sudan has been some of the things that people have been talking about it for a number of years. I also know there are groups that used to live together and still live together. Personally, I'm not from Lone, but I was born and lived in Wanding. One of the speakers earlier talked about Wanding being a part of Koba, which is also true because the river there is called Pebble River. I was born and raised there. I had history of that location. I knew Akoba is a town. It's not really a village. And what I also knew that at the size of town of Akoba, there was also a Tergul. The Tergul had both Anyuak and Nuer, and Akoba also has Anyuak and Nuer. I don't understand why it is always a challenge when people who live in the town cannot live in town. Because again, if you are coming to access village, it would be a different story altogether. But in town, why would it be a problem? The question I wanted to know is, I know Anyuak, Nuer, the most Denka also in Chuluk, we all at one point move around the Nile River, came from the far north. When Anyuak owned land in Akobo, when did they move there in the first place? This is one thing that I wanted to know, because references that have been made have been on what British that say. But people used to live there before the British. My grandparents were in that area before the British came there. So when was the time? Where Anyuak before Nuer before Anyuak? What was it? So what is the reference that can actually say? Because books that were written by even preacher John Douglas Johnson and so many other books did not exactly say who was supposed to be there. They said there's been a movement that this number of people, because they're all been Norman, the X group win, and then the other white group will come, and they all were just around the Nile River. Yeah, and that's where we all have been. But this land, though, if we were to be saying X should not be coming here, we will have to go back to when were the original person been in the land. Because I don't think Anyuak would say they were created in that area. They had been they came from that area at some point. But what were the gaps? When were the gaps? And how can they draw the line? And now living in the city is different than somebody going to your village, taking your village away from you. I think when we are opening a forum like this, Brother Edward, we have to be very mindful too on what can we do to bring the peace in a country, in this particular group of people, and what can actually separate people and bring people into hating one another more than they could love one another. Talking of land by tarnishing a particular group will not ease the tension, or will actually not bring people to what they needed to see. So I wanted to know exactly when Anyuak think they live in that particular area. The other thing is, the question that was asked earlier would actually answer the question of Nuer taking all the position in Jonglei State. Because Anyuak and Murle have been given a particular status, which means they couldn't be represented in Akobo. Could not be represented in Jonglei structure when they already have this particular arrangement that's been made for them. So I don't know whether the former speaker actually did research on that one. But I wanted to know when Anyuak really think they will belong to that particular area. And when do they think Nuer joined them? Were they after the British got there? And what is the proof? And if we were not before the British got there, then why would we think that this particular area is owned by a particular group? What is the evidence?
Yeah, thank you. Your minute there, Finny. Before I want to give the chance for answering the question, but I have a question for you, Gadluak. In Nuer, what is the meaning of Akobo in Nuer language? Please, can you answer the question before I pass the line to the speakers?
It's Kobo. It actually means different things. It's Kobo.
It's not Kobo. The name is Akobo. Please, is Akobo. It's not in the books. It's Akobo. Don't say Kobo. Just talk about the real name. It's Akobo. What does Akobo mean in Nuer? Just that's my question.
You can call it Akobo, but Nuer call it Kobo. So
thank you.
now,
Thank you. Thank you. No, thank you. I don't want. I don't. Thank you. I don't need your answer. Thank you. Let me give chance to the speakers. Uncle Barnaba, Joseph, Isaac, anyone, and there come time will answer the question of Tarahouda before we pass the line. Aizol Fikum, open your mic, answer the question you want to answer. After Matejaw Bukulukum, then we pass the line.
طيب شكرا جزيلا كومراد إدوارد. في question بدأ قبل Friday سأله he was asking about the survey, land survey in Akobo, and then he also asked about the peace initiative between Anyuak and Nuer. زول اللي بقول مشكلة بتاع أنيواك بدأ فترة طويل جدا جدا. هلا أنيواك رفع قضية ده اسمه سايمون. وكيف أنيواك يدو وزارة في جنجولة while أدوم already administrative area في بيبور. It seems زول ده طبعا ما قالوا كله ناس كبار ناس I thought they are following the system in South Sudan. Let me answer these two questions, although ممكن نسألهم كل لكن there I would like to answer the two questions with Simon and Kalwak. يبدو إنه all of you are not following the system in South Sudan. When we talk at the administrative area, creation of administrative area in Bibor, it is only for Anyuak or Pashala. You may be right for sometimes because Anyuak are divided by this system. Akobo Anyuak tabaule law, Anyuak Pashala tabaule le murle, so that they become very, very weak. So if we, of course, we became a minority, ma low board. Yes, among lower board, we became a minority. Larunas betara tani kasemu ma murle. Do you mean we don't have right? Those who remain in Jungule, we don't have right? We have right. Those who went with Murle, they are also marginalized. Imagine. Ukuma Betanada, Minma Khala Wajes Greater People Administrative Area. Up to today, 9 chief administrative area was changed. Like all the time, Murle is the chief administrative area. The marginalization beside that command. They are almost marginalized. They are treated as a second-class citizen in their own country, in their own land. That Anyuak Peshala. We are also treated as a second-class citizen in this side. I want to appreciate you because you are not following the system in South Sudan. Anyuak are divided between Greater Bibora Administrative Area and Jungule State. Those who remain in Jungule, they have right to ask for their right. They don't have right. But then,
don't open your mic, Galuk, please. I will move you down, please. Go ahead, continue, Barnaba.
Comrade Galuk, into Gulcha, those who live in town, they don't have right to live. No, they have right, of course. You have right to live anywhere. Lo intajai mushak termin kida min nasa tanin. Into mashid normally, and you stay there like any citizen, mind a mushkila. Lakin, if you start killing people, like people were killed by Law Nuer in Akobo in day broad, Catalunas, 1983, in town. What do you mean to say now? Take us to good show. And I'm not Catalunas fi town, you why? Is it peaceful now to live that way? Lo Murle, you might get a lumpy board. Tackle board. The town, we umdak fi 2013, Finas, Bordonas, Nuer, Pi Devonta, Tenai, Catalum, Ten Caporto, Pi board and Clemanas Catalo Bagam, Nuer Catalo fi Cuba, Nuer Catal Nas Porto before. this town. How can we live? We need a system that can protect everybody in town. Mabuna town them of the Izol, Anas and debate for both. You should be having also bed the Yaman. Friday, let me try to move up it up. It is too early to talk about survey. What comes first is the priority is peace, of course. Asa Lagadi Asa Kobo is not under government, there is no any system there. So you cannot talk about survey. What comes first is peace, and then peace people return at home, then people they will decide how to survey the town. Ready-made, do you understand it? No. Yeah, thank you very much. Khalid Zultani, Lofia Janama, hello. Khalid, question. Thank you.
Let me help here, if possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to add some points for the question which was asked by Galwak and Andrea.
Isaac, can you mute your mic? Isaac, mute your mic. Sorry, Friday, mute your mic. Friday, mute your mic. Adero, continue. Go ahead. Yes, one mic at a time.
Okay. Well, thank you, Brother Edward. I just wanted to just to explain and answer the question that was asked by Simon, and then I will leave the other question that was asked by Galwak to Uncle Isaac to explain when did the Nuer came first in Akobo. Were they there first, or they found the Anyuak there? That one I will leave it to Uncle. Brother Simon, thank you so much for just asking this question. It is really confusing when Anyuak are claiming some positions in Jungule State, and on the other side, the Anyuak are given separate administration with the Murle. So what's happening is this. Anyuak, when actually we were all in Jungule State, the Anyuak, Murle, Denka, Nuer, Kashipu, and Jie. And then when problem happened there, we wrote a letter to the president that the Anyuak, the entire Anyuak, and Jie, and Murle, and Kashipu to be given a separate administration area from Jungule State. We even asked for the estate when the estates are being divided and given to the people by the president of South Sudan. So when we submitted our letter, the president answered and divided the Anyuak into two. They let the Anyuak of Pushala go with the Murle, Jie, Kashipu, and Pibor administrative area. And they left the Anyuak of Akobo with Denka and Nuer in Jungule State. That's why the Anyuak of Akobo, they are not part of Greater Pibor administrative area. And that's the reason why they are claiming their share in Jungule State. When Jungule State were actually dividing the 17 positions, the Anyuak of Akobo did not get anything. That is the reason. But the Anyuak of Pushala are here with the Murle. So just to make that point clear. And thank you, Edward.
Please, Joseph, Dr. Joseph, go ahead.
Thank you. I think most of the questions are already answered. I would just like to tackle that part about the evidence of Anyuak moving to Akobo when And it looks like Anyuak is trying to push the theory that because Anyuak moved there at one time, why not Nuer cannot move there as well? Well, let us go back to the history or the anthropologists. The movement of Lut has a tribe because that's when the Anyuak moved southeast. The movement of Luo is well documented, and there are a lot of books about it, whether in South Sudan or Kenya or Uganda. And the movement of Luo actually is tracked back to maybe between the 10th and 15th century. That is when the Luo start moving and settling to the areas where they are. So Anyuak should have been settled on that land between that time, the 10th or between 10th and 15th century. That Anyuak have been there. And I can tell, Anyuak have this kind, not only Anyuak, the entire Luo have a way of tracing your ancestors to 10 generations and where they live. And by the way, we the Anyuak have way of telling ourselves by what we call pai. Pai is associating yourself with the area where you live. Like, for example, I am New Bear, which means I'm from Ober. And this pai have been there for 15 centuries, since the 15th century. So that means that I've been an Ober guy for 15th century, even longer than that, as long as I can trace. So that is at least something for you to know that we have been there way, way long enough. Now, also there are books also about when Nuer moved to East Sobab. It was recently. It was just in the actually in the mid 18th century or early actually 19th century. And Uncle Barnaba touched that earlier, that even today in Nasser and those areas that you occupy in Sobab, I'm talking about moving to East Sobab because you guys used to be way far in the West Sobab, Bantu area. There are still native of those people who are living there, which means that your movement there, your assimilation of those people happened recently, just generations. So since you moved here just early in the mid 18th century, early 19th century, just to claim that you have right to compete for the land of those people who have settled there for a long time, doesn't make sense. And there's no logic about it also. Well, and we just tell you the history, how Nuer moved to Akobo. We call the names of the people, the families that moved to Akobo, and when they moved there, and the dates even we can tell you, and how they moved there, who welcomed them. We just mentioned that to you in detail. So what else do you want to do? What else you want to say about that? So unless you want to close eye on facts and just say that the entire land was created by God, like some of you do, the entire land belongs to God, I can go and do whatever I want, wherever I want to do. Yes, cities is South Sudanese cities and towns, people can live wherever they want to live. But you cannot go and take the entire clan and move to Bari land and settle there and then say, now we are the majority in Bari land, Bari belong to us, and all the Bari must speak Rutanwer, Tongnath. If God weren't like that, Makan, God would have made them Nuer from the beginning. Why God created each tribe and put them in their own land? There's a reason for that. You cannot do that. We South Sudanese respect each other. Yes, we can live wherever we want, but we have to respect the locals. We cannot just move there in big number and just take over the land. That's not true. That's not good, and that's what exactly happened in Akobo. You move in big numbers. Actually, I would say in 60s, because those who came in 40s, 50s, they were moving as a families. But those who moved in 1960s, they moved in as big clan, and 80s. And you just take over Akobo now. Even most of you in Akobo are not born there. Most of you are not born. And Uncle Isaac Ajiba mentioned earlier, even those of John Luke, when they were in the school, For them to come to Akobo, they have to be accompanied by police from Low to come to Akobo. I mean, late John Look. And those that today representing Akobo, they are not even born in Akobo. So let us mention that. And I forgot to mention earlier that those trees, named beautiful green neem trees that are on street Akobo, were planted by Anyuak. Even there are names about it. Even the children of those who plant those trees are still alive today. And even there are songs about it. And even the budget of how those trees and engineering of it is well documented by Anyuak. There were no single Nuer at that time in Akobo. So I forgot to mention one thing earlier, Brother Edward. What happened to the population of Anyuak that were around Akobo? They are all refugee camps, like me. Of course, I'm lucky to make it to the West, but unfortunately, around 100,000 of Akobo Anyuak are suffering in refugee camps in Ethiopia, in Kenya, and some of them there in Gorom refugee camp next to you in South Sudan. Actually, Akobo Anyuak have been in a refugee camp longer than any South Sudanese because we moved to refugee camp before the civil war started in South Sudan. And we are still there until today, even though South Sudan became independent. In 2012, after the referendum and independence, thousands of Anyuaks came back home because some of the Nuer said that Anyuak are coward, they left their country by themselves, nobody pushed them out. People came back in thousands in Akobo. But 2013, October, they were killed in cold-blooded. Children and women. Some of them were slaughtered, and some of them have their guts removed. Very barbaric. They were done in Akobo at that time. But until today, nobody mentioned about that. So we keep talking to the government of South Sudan, answering the person who asked, were these brought to the attention of the government of Sudan and South Sudan? Yes, those issues were brought up, and actually, the government of Sudan first brought the initiative of going back to 1956. But when the war broke up in 1983, SPLM and the Anyuak was massacred, the government of South Sudan, or government of Sudan, didn't have any chance to fix that issue until today. Until today, that is how things went. It just went from war to war and from war to war until today. So we have more than 100,000 Anyuaks, including myself, today in refugee camp and in exile and cannot go to Akobo. And this issue need to be settled. And we don't want to go back to Akobo again as it happened in 2013 under administration of Nuer. We need Anyuak administration there. We need Anyuak police there to protect people to come back. And this should be done by Salva Kiir. And if Salva Kiir is not strong enough or is not brave enough to handle Nuer, then we hope one day one brave South Sudanese will come and take power in South Sudan and will settle that and will solve that issue. Thank you, Brother Edward. I'll bring that back to you.
Thank you, Doctor. Before I give the mic to Isaac to make the comment, let me tell my sister in Facebook here, Nyakwes Stephen. I just call you in your messenger because actually you was asking me to call you. I just call you with name Edward Ashek. Please, if you want me to call you, answer, call me back, and then I will give you immediately after Friday before I pass the line to Nyaponye here. Otherwise, I will forget about you on Facebook. Otherwise, you have to join the clubhouse. Friday, we'll go ahead.
Thank you, Brother Edward, again. I'm just trying to answer some of the questions that were asked by Galwap in regards to why the Akobo people are still here in Jongole and not gone to Pashala. I think Honorable Barnaba shared some points there, but I want also to go into the details. Yes, we know there was an agreement between the Cobra function of David Yao by then And by then he was claiming that he wanted to make a greater region or admin area that includes 4 tribes, which is Anyuak, Jie, Kachipo, and Murle. So by then, during the negotiation, the initial part, okay, even though I am an SPLM, I found myself, me and General Lero, we went inside as like internal consultants within the Cobra to talk on behalf of the interests of Akobanywa. So while we were addressing the issue of demarcating or mapping the areas of Anyuak, we came up with the map of Akobo as per the 1956. And we said this is the area of Akobanywa that is supposed to get the Tibor area. And then those of Yao Yao and those of Khalid, they said, no, we cannot do that because if we include the current 1956 border of Akobo, that means the whole Loanware will come to the Greater Tibor. And they said, we don't need any trouble, we don't want Nuers in this area. So we will only include Alali, which is one of the Payam within Akobo. They said we will include Alali to come to GPA. Me personally, I'm not from Alali. I'm from Chan area, which is the area where the current airport of Akobo and the market of Akobo is built. This is my own village there. So I cannot be part of a Payam, which is called Alali, and then I claim to be a part of GPA. By then, we rejected. I and Lero, we rejected the idea that if the map of Akobo as 1956 not be included into the GPA, we will reject it. Then we say, okay, we 2 of us will reject it alone, but we will consult, okay, the greater Anyuak of Akobo. Then they made a referendum. So using the referendum, they said, okay, yeah, we agree with you guys. If the Murle people or the GPA, the Cobra function refuses the idea of including Akobo according to 1956, then we as Akobo Anyuak, we reject it. Then Akobo was excluded. Then the Cobra people went to Addis Ababa. They signed the peace agreement excluding Akobo Anyuak. So this is where the Akobo Anyuak are left from the GPA because of the borders. We are stick to the Akobo land according to 1956. And we say we will resolve the issue first between us and Loanware. Until then, we will not go anywhere. We will stay within Akobo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dual Young and Nyakwas, Stephen on Facebook. Both of you actually, I send you guys the Clubhouse link. So let's go forward. Nyapini, welcome, sister. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead, sister.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Edward. Let me know if you guys hear me or not.
Go ahead, we are hearing you loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, so first I will greet all of you, all the South Sudanese who are listening in this room. And my special greeting will go to my elders, brothers from Anyuak community, who are from Akobo, where I came from. So I'm happy that I heard from you today. As you said, the history must be told. So I learned a little bit history about Akobo from you today. So thank you so much. But I will like to speak in Arabic, and if I will mix it with English, maybe that will be okay. And then I won't take like long time to speak to. Maybe I will make it very short. أنا أول حاجة إدوات أنا ما عندي سؤال. لكن بس أنا جيت هنا لأنه أنا بيت أكوبا. أنا مولودة في أكوبا وربيت في أكوبا. اتزوجت في أكوبا. وأنا جيت هنا عشان elders بتاع أنيوك لما هم يتكلموا. Homer mentions the name of my grandfathers from my mother's side and my dad's side. فأنا دا نقول لكم إنه نحن أنيوك ونوير especially لو نوير like more a little good. نحن ربينا في أكوبا بنتكلم لغة أنيوك كلنا. كمان دا نقول لكم ديليودنا نتكلم اللغة أنيوك وبنتكلم اللغة نوير. كلنا ربينا سوا وبنرقصوا الرقصات بتاعتنا الشعبية. بنلعبوا دانشي. أنا ما لعبت دانشي لكن أختي الكبيرة لعبت دانشي. وكمان عندنا intermarriages بيناتنا especially نوير هم اللي بيزوجوا بنات أنيوك كتير. لكن مو عشان إنه أولاد أنيوك ما عندهم رغبة في زواج ببنات نوير، لكن بس عشان الزواج المهر بتاع نوير غالي، عشان كده أولاد أنيوك ما بقدر يدفعوا لأنه مهر كتير. فده هو السبب اللي خلى أولاد أنيوك ما يزوجوا بنات نوير، لكن هم عندهم رغبة عشان يزوجوا بنات نوير. فزي ما أنت قلت إنه الهيستوري لازم الناس يتكلموا بالهيستوري عشان يعرفوا. هيستوري ده نحن عايشين فوقه. حتى تاريخ السودان درسناه وعرفنا إنه دخول العرب إلى السودان لما جاء يحتلوا السودان وكل الحاجات ده. فإذا كان في هيستوري عن أكوبا فلازم الهيستوري يتكلموا. فنحن ناس نوير بتاع أكوبا ما قاعدين نقول إنه يا أنيوك أكوبا ده ما بلدكم. ما حصل يوم نحن طلعنا وعملنا لايف فيديو ولا جينا في كلاب هاوس ولا مشينا وين وقلنا إنه أنيوك ديل they don't belong to Akuba. We never say that. ما قلنا حاجة زي ده. عرفنا إنه أنيوك ونوير عايشين في أكوبا وده منطقة بتاعهم. وأنا بشوف إنه التايتل بتاع land grabbing ده it doesn't apply on Akuba. It doesn't apply at all. لأنه land grabbing ده حاجة أنت بشيله بفورس من زول. أنت بتقول له إنه ده لا you grab the land by force. فده ياهو أنا بشوف إنه it doesn't apply عشان يكون topic بتاع أكوبا. لأنه land بتاع أكوبا ده زي ما أنت قلت لوالتان ده is my great grandfather. أبوي اسمه شول دولتان. لوالتان ده أخو دول. فمنطقة بتاعنا ياهو كايبوي. يا كايبوي بتاعنا ده قاعدين نتكلموا كايبوي ده منطقة بتاع أنيوك، لكن استريناه بتايان. My great father استراو بتايان. وبعدين دينجوك my great father from my mother's side which is Kokdiang Nyang استرى دينجوك بتايان. يا فمنطقتين ديل استروا من أنيوك، وده مناطق ديل ما بيجي بتاع أنيوك، ده بيجي بتاع ناس كوكديان، أسرة بتاع كوكديان وأسرة بتاع تيانكون استروا محلات ده من أنيوك وما بيجي long time.
just معلش الزمن بتاعك انتهى، لكن أنا بديك تاني 5 دقائق معلش يا أخواننا. exceptional because هي المنطقة وعشان برضو لفايدة بتاعت النقاش. خلونا ناخذ كإدارة بتاع المنبر نديه 5 دقائق تاني let it be 10 minutes عشان يعمل النقطة بتاعه. go ahead سيزا.
أنا بس جبت الموضوع ده لأنه نحن دايرين مثلا مشاكلنا عشان الجنوبيين هم يعرفوا مناطق ديل استرينا من أنيوك. بعدين بالنسبة للديكليريشن بتاع أكوبا تام عشان يكون بتاع نوير تابع للون نوير ده ما نوير ياهو شالوا من أنيوك بقوة. ده حكومة بتاع السودان ياهو كان عمل ديكليريشن ده أنا ما بيعرف السنة اللي عملوا فوقه، احتمال بكون 1979 أنا ما بيعرف. أنا كنت صغيرة خالص أنا ما بيعرف، لكن ديكليريشن ده عمله لأنه الماجوريتي كان بقى نوير في أكوبا، وعملوا ديكليريشن إنه أكوبا ده بقى تبع نوير. فنوير ما ياهو شالوا حاجة ده بقوة. فأنا دا نقول إنه لأخواني أنيوك وإخواتي أنيوك إذا كانت جيتوا الليلة هنا ده في المنبر ده من المفروض إنتوا تطالبوا بالريكونسيليشن بيناتكم وبين ناس أكوبا إنه نحن دايرين نرجعوا في أكوبا. يعني حتى اليوم يعني ما في زول بمنعكم عشان تمشوا في عقوبة. عقوبة لسه بلدكم وده بلدنا كلنا، انتوا مسموحين عشان تمشوا في عقوبة. واذا كان الحرب بتاع 1983 ده يهود شالكم برا في عقوبة، انتوا لسه منكم المصالحة هيقوم وناس يجوا. لكن عشان تجوا انه تقولوا ان لاند جرابين، لانه بتعرفوا الهيستوري بتاعت الارض حتى في امريكا هنا لو انت اشتريت الارض belong to the new owner. لكن ما دليل انه عقوبة ده حقنا، ما حقنا، ده حقنا انتوا في اراضيكم ونحن في اراضيكم في اراضينا، بس عشان انتوا بقيتوا ماينورتي في عقوبة. لكن اذا كان الخطا حصل والخطا ده ادى انه ناس يشاكلوا وناس يقاتلوا انفسهم، لسه في يعني في ويندو للمصالحه عشان انتوا ترجعوا في عقوبة. واذا كان بتطالبوا بحقوق ده انتوا بترجعوا في عقوبة. لانه التاريخ من زمان، اذا كان من 1911 نرجع في عقوبة، انتوا بتقدر تطردوا انا ولدوني في عقوبة، انا ما بعرف مكان ثاني، انتوا بتقدر تطردوني في عقوبة الليله؟ لا. السؤال ده لا. وحتى الحكومه بتاعنا في الجنوب، اذا كان الحكومه ده بقى حكومه كويس ومشينا في محكمه باوراق وبكلام، لسه عقوبه ده بيكون حقنا نشارك كلنا في عقوبه. بكون نوير ما بدوكم منه تو انيواك عشان عقوبه سموها عقوبه معناته بلون تو انيواك انه يرجعوا لانيواك. فحاجه ده ما بيحصل يا جماعه يا اولاد انيواك. بس انتوا تعالوا خلينا نجي نقعد في عقوبه ونقعد في حرمه زي ما نحن قاعدين من بدري. لكن الطلبات حسب بتقول انه نوير عمل لاند جرابينج، لا ده ما صح. اللاند اشتريناه بأبجار. We own it. It become our land.
Yeah, shukran. You are repeating. Yeah, shukran. Thank you so much, sister. خلينا ندي فرصة ل speakers برنابا، Uncle Barnaba, Dr. Joseph, Uncle Isaac. لو دارين تعملوا تعليق شوفوا البقر انتوا هذا الشر منكم وداروا البقر ده وين أنسى الجنوبين. Go ahead.
داير اتكلم ايزاك معه.
After my bit, go ahead. ورينا بقر ده وده وين.
I don't know. You call this lady name? She's called what?
Nyaponye or Nyaponye something. Nyaponye. Muja Nyaponye? Nyaponye.
Yeah, yeah. My name is Nyepini Shwaldu. I'm the younger sister of Doyak Shol and Lual Shol.
Okay, طبعا I know Lual Shol and Doyak Shol. Yusuf, Yusuf. He's called Yusuf. Okay, طبعا what you are talking about the cattle given to Anyuak, I think there is nothing of that sort, because I'm older than you and I know what has taken place there in Akobo. What you are saying, I think nothing of that kind. Let me go to Simon and Galwak. I thank Simon because you have moved to Anyuak land areas. That is good. Some of my people talk about the administrative areas in Pigor, but I cannot talk about it. But Galwak said about being with the Jalaba those years. I think I was in Khartoum. One day we went to Nafia at that time. We asked him about the commissioner of Akobo, because commissioner of Akobo is being repeated itself to be US. We asked him. What he told us was that, well, no, we know very well that Akobo belongs to Anyuak. We know it very well. Even our documents here is written Anyuak land. But what we are giving this community to Nuer because Anyuak, they like themselves very much. They don't kill themselves, but we are giving these areas to Nuers because we can give them guns, then they go and kill themselves. But you don't kill yourself, you Anyuak. You told us like that. I was there. Then I feel Galena Kalamda. And then we're back to the Babu in the Anyuak to the Babu. Mafia Anyuak to Anyuak. So Kalamda can Kalimona the day one enough. Secondly, a land, ma bagar bisharbi land. Land de bada Anyuak. Hatta isim Kobo, zema galo bel isim Anyuak. Where galo Akobo bugul from Bill Kay relation, I don't know. Pardon Salo Zolal Galkade. Why do you call Akobo Bill Kay? They said that because this man called Bill K was eaten by crocodile in a cove. So one of the Anyuak told him, okay, that crocodile is an Anyuak, it's a crocodile in the river. What made him to go to the river? So the crocodile has right to eat that man. He was told. About being in a cove. We don't refuse people. We cannot reject anybody to stay in a cove. A cove belongs to everybody. But belong to somebody who is employed. Even a white man who is employed in a cove can come and stay in a cove. But somebody cannot move from his area there who is not employed and come and occupy the lands of some people. We dislike this thing. Because now, as this lady said, no one grab the land of Anyuak. John Luke grabbed the land of John Gilo in a cove. Don't look. Grab the land of John Gilo. Gariam grab the land.
John.Hon.
But then Gariam went and grabbed the land of those of Julupan. Okay. Taban Jude, our land in Agi, he went and grabbed it. And this lady is denying all this, and why?
That is my house, actually, Elder. My very house that where I was born.
So I know all these things. What this lady is saying, she doesn't know anything about it. About the two gentlemen, Simon and Anyuak, I think they are beating around the bush. They don't know what they were saying. I think they don't know what is taking place in a cove. Please, if you don't know anything about a cove, please don't involve yourself. And you are not from a cove. Thank you.
Anyone from the speakers, Dr. Joseph Barnaba, want to add so before we move the line?
Yeah, I have a question, please.
Who is saying have a question?
Let Barnaba go first. For the speakers.
Okay. Chance indeed.
Yajiman Aizol fees Nasa Tehda, mute your mic and follow the line. Don't open your mic, Al Munuda. Go ahead, Uncle Barnaba.
Thank you, Edward. Ana Bushkur, our sister, Nyapini Choldon. The beginning as I know her. I think she cannot remember. Gomna Mouse and Asaba Sabain, Arabia, Manasket Gang. We as I wrote it down, Arabia Karab, Piri, Umishana Bakadare, if you can remember, Nyapini. Ma beta Karkwal. So thank you very much. Lakin ana in this one lake. Inter Santa Guta Okuma 1970 between 1970 97 the government decided to bring Nuer to give right to the Nuer because they became a majority. Do you mean to say today if Nuer occupied Numuli, if Denka occupied Numuli today, the government of the system in Juba will decide that because you became a majority in Numuli, that area should be a Denka area. As well, Nuer now are increasing the number in Panyagor, Fidenka area. Do you mean to say in few years to come, the government will decide that since the Nuer became majority in Panyagor become part of Nuer area? As on the map, you come Bagarar Zeda, Analo, you come Zeda. Sorry, Interlisa, Wukida, Interlisa Sayer. Mafi Kalam Zeda, Shano Koma, Yugul, Unto Anyuak, Nuer Ketir, Kalas, Elenda, Bedule, Kalam Dema. Aglia Kidama Bigi, my sister, I think, Mafia is the Dazzle. Uki Dag Babanena Kobat, Lana Sabina secondary school. Thank you.
Joseph, Doctor, go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, I think I remember also Nyapin, I think when we were kids in Kobo, and you seem to be a good person, and you are injecting what you would like the picture to sound like in a Kobo. But unfortunately, your assumption is not in line with the truth of what happened in a Kobo. There's a land grabbing, there's killing, and the elder Isaac Ajiba mentioned people who were massacred in Akobo on March 16th, 1983, inside Akobo town. That was massacre. People were killed. Why they were killed? So that they leave the land. And there were people who've been killed around Akobo in the villages. All what just for Anyuak to leave the land. So it was land grabbing by force. And I'm also a victim of it, by the way. I'm the one talking in front of you and many of us. So to come and say that Kobo was not taken by violence, it actually is an insult to those of us who are the victims who are here talking. Now, talking about coming back. Yes, some of you say that, oh, we are one people, we are intermarried, we speak Anyuak language, you come back and we can stay together. Some of us believed you in after independence and went back 2012 and 2013. What happened to them? They were killed, they were massacred. And those who remain, I think Uncle Isaac Ajiba mentioned that earlier, with Io in Akobo town, women and children, what was done to them in 2016, just a few years ago. They was brought in front of everyone. Some of them was young, few just maybe 2 years old. I think the youngest one, Uncle Bernal, correct me, the family of Okelo. Some of them were still just learning to talk in front of everybody. They were slaughtered. And what was the reason? Just because they're Anyuak. And they don't want them in their land. So all what you're saying is what you would like things to happen as a person who loves peace. But that doesn't match the reality on the ground, unfortunately. Yes, there's land grab in Akobo. Yes, there's genocide in Akobo. There's killing of people. And that's the reason why close to 100,000 Akobo Anyuak are today in refugee camps in Ethiopia, in Kenya, or in other places. That is the reason. So the fox won't fall into the big price. We're not going to repeat the same mistake again. And secondly, two people who disagree, as our grandfather said, who welcome you. And I'm glad that you are right from that linear of the people who our grandfathers welcome. There were conditions given to you. And this is the word from our grandfathers to their children, and their children to their children, and to me as their offspring. The word they were given, that these guests that we welcome here, we will welcome them with a condition that if they become violent, they must go back to their land. Just being born out of Akobo doesn't make you an Akobo. In all land, in Europe, Asia, and Africa, being born in somebody else's land doesn't make you belong to that land. There are many of us who are born in North. They didn't become Northern Sudanese. When the country was divided, they came back to South Sudan. So let's follow the history. And if we have to do things correctly and justly, and if we have to say that the Anyuak that are in refugee camps, some of them born there and are 40 years old, should come back home, there's no way they should come back to home to a place occupied by somebody. Somebody have to leave. Of course, you're welcome to live in a Akobo town, but administratively, that should go back to Anyuak. The same way, like everybody's living in Juba, but administratively belong to Bari. Thank you.
Yeah, Mido, try to refresh your mic because it's look you are on the phone. Refresh your screen, Mido. Refresh your screen. I'm running out of time, Jamana. Nyapenya will give you a comment later on. I'm going to reduce the minute to 3 minutes because we're running out of time, and also we'll come for the second episode. Number 2. We'll prepare it because it's very interesting, the discussion and this kind of dialogue. We need it among us as South Sudanese. So I just said is a kind of the issue of if Nuer becoming majority in Kobo, then Kobo belong to Nuer, and that means in a few years to come, we'll say Juba is not belong to Barrier. Juba will be belong to Denka and Nuer because likely they are going to become the majority in Juba now. So that concept doesn't apply, my sister. So Yajamana, we are reducing the minutes. Let me, Benjamin, in the question, comment, take 3 minutes. Yana Shagat Bezaman, because we are running out here. Madesh. Benjamin, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Brother Edward. Friday, Barnaba, Joseph, Isaac, Biro.
Don't mention the name of people because you have only 3 minutes. Go to point, please. Yeah, you are running out of minutes. I will stop you in 3 minutes. Sorry.
No problem. The reason what brought me up here was the topic. I'm very pleased to hear. I wish the topic was brought up some time back, but it's good, Brother Edward mentioned something. If you can make it next time, part 1, part 2, I think this part 1. I did not know more. I didn't go to Wakoba, but the reason why I'm up here, I know about Bachelor. I live in the Anyuak area. Not only Bachelor, but even Anyuak. If somebody knows about Bachelor, I'm one of those who live in Golkur, and specifically Jambai for almost a year. I feel sorry to hear the humiliation that happened to my brothers. They are peaceful people. From the time we were in Ethiopia, they call it Ashwa, when you don't want to go to side story. But the reason why I'm up here, because the topic, the question asked before, who are not. Are peaceful people, they're peaceful, lovely people, and that the area when used by SPLA as a saving haven during the struggle time. Among was one of them. I feel sorry to hear about the story of Koba. Unfortunately, I don't know more about Koba. I know Koba belonged to us, and I didn't even know they were not part of before administration area. Thanks for the topic. I was going to ask the same question asked by our brother Simon. I think a lot of people the topic didn't even know part of Anyuak left. But I don't have a lot of questions to say because most of the questions being asked.
Thank you, Paul. You are managed the hour. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Juana, we are running out of time. Let me apologize to anyone actually going to speak. Because of time, we have to follow the times. So 3 minutes. Let's go to Moon. Moon, you have 3 minutes.
I thought it is me.
It's not you. It's not you, please. It's not you. Mute your mic. It's not you. I'm following the line. I'm refreshing my screen. It's not you. You are after Mujrimin Ajiba. Go ahead, Moon. Take your 3 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you, Edward. I will not have a question. I will go to my own perspective, just a comment. So very interesting to see a lot of people coming to this discussion of land grabbing and also the issue of communities fighting each other. I want to greet Mr. Friday. Good to see you and all the elders of Anyuak talking today about South Sudan issues. We've been discussing a lot of land or conflicts in Ethiopia. I want to say this to my Anyuak people. You talk about histories. I wish I prefer myself, I could come with a lot of history I hear about the migration of Nilotics, especially the Loa. All of us who came from north of Sudan, along the north. Shuluks and Anyuak, they settled in Milikal area in the first place before they fought each other. Now, if Anyuak were pushed by Shuluks and settled along the river Nile, especially Tobat area, and they end up in Akobo, why would you guys say you own the area for arriving the area first, when we all been coming from the north, all of us, all the Nilotics? In my view, wherever you go in the world, Edward, what some of the elders were saying here is not right. I'm in Australia. Australia belongs to indigenous people of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders. But they don't own the land today, okay? The government owned the land. Only few areas were left to the indigenous people of Australia. So the government owned the land. White people, they are the majority today, and they control Australia. The same thing in the United States. I believe in Europe too. So if we are to live in South Sudan, that land, we all fought for it. Nuer die in Akobo, Nuer die everywhere in South Sudan. So Nuer can settle anywhere in South Sudan and no one can stop them. So you, our brothers of Anyuak, you need to learn how to live together with people. The same thing in Ethiopia. You people, you migrate together. Some of you came to Ethiopia, the rest of you settled in Akobo, okay? And we came.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
So
your minutes are over. Thank you so much. Actually, we are going for part 2, and what I'm telling you, the history you telling us about Cholo is wrong. You cannot. Please go back and learn the history of Nuer out of talking of Cholo history, because and Luo history. What you have is wrong. It's not a correct history. Then this kind of behavior with Denka can settle everywhere. If you know Sudan, you need to correct that, my brother. Correct this mindset. Thank you. Mujrimin, go ahead, my brother. Take your 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Edward. Thank you for allowing me to come to Beijing. I greet you guys all, and I'm so happy to see son and daughter of Anyuak. And this issue of land, I remember back in the Facebook, there's a sister from Anyuak called, her name is Gisma. She's the one only speaking about the land of Anyuak. And last time I remember, even some Nuer admit they believe Akobos belong to Anyuak. Okay? I remember in Facebook, yes, my brothers have here too. Yeah, you are there with Gisma. So it's good to acknowledge. It's not bad. But the issue here, how can people live together? I think this is the biggest complaint. Okay? If you come to live with me, if you live peacefully, there's no problem. I think now the son of Anyuak is coming up because they're not feeling comfortable, maybe. Okay? They cannot coexist together as brothers and sisters peacefully. So it's good to hear their voices. Nobody can just move away from the land. And I like those who are brave. They will admit, yes, Akobos belong to Anyuak, then argue. Argument is not good. If you know this is your place, You be honest, and then you guys can find a way so that you guys can coexist together peacefully than resist. Our issues here, if it takes someone place, you want to resist. And this case of Anyuak is the same like the case of Equatoria. But I don't want to bring Equatoria here. So you guys know we're crying day and night about these behaviors that you know is not your place, and you try to resist instead of compromise. And instead of saying, sorry, I know this is your place. And I will thank those Nuer that time, they acknowledge, yes, this is Anyuak place. We're living here as brothers and sisters. And if there's a problem, I would love son and daughter of Anyuak and Nuer to sit down, because this government cannot solve the issues. Now, like if I can hear Anyuak is divided. Who divided this Anyuak? The Anyuak. So, and I salute you guys, son and daughter of Anyuak. And those Nuer don't get upset. And some of you really speak very well on Facebook that admit Akobus belong to Anyuak. So I'll end up here, and I don't want you guys to fight each other, because the more you guys fight, we Equatorial are going to suffer. Some of you will end up in Equatoria. Please live in harmony and love. We need to see you guys live together. The more you guys are fighting, and then we'll suffer in Equatoria. So thank you so much, Edward. I don't have much. God bless you guys.
Thank you so much. I like you. You are so funny, my brother. More we are fighting. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Thank you, my brother Akim.
I'm going down.
Down. Thank you so much. Have your 3 minutes, Anyuak. Hold on, says.
Greeting you, Anyuak, greeting to you. Starting from Friday, Barnaba, Dr. Joseph, Odaro, Shulkawi Tamalakal, and Isaac. I think I know this Isaac from Juba Tijaria. He was a footballer, if I'm not mistaken. Is that the same Isaac, I think? Let me just go to the topic. First of all, there were some misconceptions also thrown to Newer Anyuak that when did the Anyuak come to Akobo? Well, I would like to say the Anyuak are the sons of Dimo. Dimo is the young brother of Nyikang. When Nyikang differed with Dimo in Baragazal, Dimo and Nyikang migrated to Upper Nile, the land of Funy. And Kwara Dimo went to the East Bank, starting from Logachene, Nasser, Adong, Akobo. By the way, Akobo and Gumbela, even the Gumbela in Ethiopia used to be in Sudan. It was exchanged with Kassel. The place called Nasser is not Nasser, it's called New. Nasser is the name of an Arabic name, but in the Luo, it's called New. The same as Adong, Abong. This Edward talking to you here now is the one who his grandfather used to border you in Anakdiar, where you were divided by a Korkol wall on the Sobat River. The Denkas migrated to the present day Adong and other places like Panjak. They migrated in around 1795. And the Nuer migrated from Bentiu around 18 something. So between us, the Luos of Upper Nile, which includes Shuluk and their brother Anyuak, we migrated from Baragazal and left Dimo in 1545. And this is the time when Nyikang died after he became a king in 1575. So if you look at the chronicles of the Shuluk kings from 1545 up to the present Kuang Dak, we have like 36 kings of the Shulks. So the misunderstanding which is being thrown by the Nuer, let them go back to books called the Nuer Expansion and Conquest. We all know the history of the Nuer. They came from Jakany. The Jakany Dor came as brothers, Alua Gajok and what that became Gajak and Gajok. They just came recently in 1860 something, while the Denkas were the first who came in 1775. So all of them are new immigrants. The Anyuak migrated to the east until, if you look at the Pari in Equatoria, the Luo in Uganda, the Luo in Kenya, they are all Anyuaks. The place called Bur in Jugule today used to be inhabited by the Anyuaks because the Anyuak took all the East Bank, starting from Akobo all the way to Pari to Numili. It used to be Anyuak people. And by the way, the Luo, those of Obama in Kenya, they are originally Anyuaks. While the Shuluk went from Makal up to Khartoum. This is how we adventure. So this place does not belong to the Nuer. They are just newcomers. And the Nuer knows their history. But I would like to ask you guys, especially Dr. Joseph, how did the Denkas of Ngok Lualiak occupied your area in Adong, in Abong, in Nasser? How did they occupy your area? Can you tell us?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Sir Sojok. Your minute finished. Actually, let me welcome one of my great brother, great writer, Okot Opap. Welcome on the stage, and I think Okot will answer your question because he wrote a book about the history of Anyuak and also including Cholo. So let's go to Nyet. Nyet, I hope I pronounce your name well. Go ahead, you have your 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Edward.
No,
okay, I want to go.
I will come to you. Are you in a hurry? Wait, just let me finish. I will come to you. Let me give Nyet. Nyet, go ahead. Nyet, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, thank you, Edwards, for giving me a chance. I think you might call me earlier, but I have something else that I want to do. Maybe I didn't hear my name. Thank you for giving me a chance again. I can talk a little bit, but the minutes are limited. That's okay. I can comment with my remark. First of all, I can thank you guys for bringing the topic up. This is not a bad thing for us, we the Sudanese. When anybody has any question about something, it's okay to talk about it. If I can introduce myself, I am from Gajak area. So we lived with Anyuak for a long time. And I think the case we're talking about Akoba. So it's still ongoing too in the border of Ethiopia. I think it's the same case you're talking about. So if we come to Akoba issue, I can think the way you guys frame the topics is a little bit exaggerated in my view. Because if we talk about land grabbing, South Sudan belongs to all of us. It's a land belongs to all of us. So land grabbing, like what happened a few years ago in Juba, like people, they take other people's houses
yes, we can say it's land grabbing. But the case like Akoba issue or any issue, we know we all migrated. If you go back to the story, I used to hear that Khartoum was said to be Anyuak land. So my question is, if we go back to the history on how we migrated, can you guys now say you can claim Khartoum as your land, and you can say anybody who is living there can move where he come from or she come from? It's a question that I can ask you, the moderator. Second, Noor and Anyuak are brothers. They live there for a long time, especially my place. We live with Anyuak. According to what I know, Noor are peaceful people.
Thank you. Actually,
can I finish my point?
Your minute actually they are finished. By the way, I'm running out of time, Jamana. I'm sorry, I said earlier, I'm not giving more. Let me stop the alarm first.
If we go back where we come from, yes, we can say Anyuak have settled some places, Noor settled some places, but people move around. Even the case of Akoba, it was long time ago. But now, if somebody try to take somebody's land, now we have a government. If somebody try to take somebody's land, so the government can solve that issue. You have a right to claim your land if somebody try to.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, actually, thank you. Yeah, your minute over. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm running out of time. I'm really sorry. Yeah. Just I'm giving 3 minutes. I said earlier. What is his name? Albino, go ahead. Actually, I don't bring people up with this kind of short name.
I'm Albino.
Yeah, for next time, please. Yeah, go ahead. Put your true name.
Okay. First of all, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm the youngest person in this audio because I was born in 1993. Yes, 93. But أنا اتولدت ولقيت بود حكومة في البيت. أنا أمي جيش وأبوي جيش ولافين مناطق بتاع الجنوب ده كله لفوق. حتى أختي أنا ماشي وراه اسمه نيانتريو ده ما دين كنام. This name, she got it in the land of Maban land. You see? So all Nilotic tribe, we have no stable place. We have no fixed place. We are moving around. Because I'm not supporting anyone saying this land is belong to this tribe and this land belong to this tribe. موضوع ده كويس وهي حاجة والمشكلة بتاع الجنوبيين اللي ما عارفين هسه قاعد نشاكل دينكا ونوير وعنواك ومنو عندنا الناس أصلا ما تبعنا لا تبع لجنوب السودان ولا حاجة وقاعدين مرتاحين وما بزول قاعد يسألوا فلات ده سنياكا من نص أراضي بتاعويل ونص أراضي في واو وفي أمبرورو برضو قاعد وفي يعني قبائل من دول أخرى ما بزول قاعد يجيب سيرتهم السيرة كله قاعد ينتهي بدينكا ونوير باري منداري منو وفي ناس الغربة دي يا شايلين أماكن تاع الناس وزاهوا الناس الأصليين في أماكنهم وزمن بتاع حرب ما كنا عارفين يوم من أيام جنوب السودان هيكون دولة أي زول كان بيمشي بيشوف محل اللي هو بيرتاح فوقه ويقعد فيه بيعتبر نفسه لسه في الجنوب أسي جنبيلا ده أراضي بتاعنا أروى ده أراضي بتاعنا ما بزوجة يجيبهم في كلام لأنه لو جنبيلا رجع لجنوب السودان هيدي مجال لنوير في أكوبو يحاول يرجع مناطقه وناس وعنواك يرجع منطقة بتاعه لأنه الأراضي شنو بقى واسع نفس أروى بخادي عندنا ما تجاب تنزارة وناس كايا لحدود أفريقيا الوسطى هناك أبزر قاعد يشتغل بأراضي دي فحاجة أنا بشوفه ممكن تعملوا يا ناس عشان جنوبيين يكونوا قاعدين بسلام وده كلام يعني ده تاريخ خطأ تاريخي كبير لما دكتور جون الله يرحمه قال إنه أراضي لمجتمعات ده غلط أراضي لحكومة يا جماعة الوحيد بيثبت لك إنه ده أرضك ده الأوراق ثبوتية بتاعتك أنت لو نراوي من على النيل مشيت سرقت الأرض في باركزات طلعت أوراقك سليم الدوغلو في محكمة ده منطقة بتاعك ما بيزول يجي يقول لك جدي كان دفنوا هنا أبوبتي كان دفنوا هنا أنت اشتريته بأوراقك وده ملكك أنت كمواطن جنوبي أي مواطن جنوبي يا جماعة عنده حق يعيش في أي منطقة لو حصل أي نزاع حكومة شنو بيتخذ الإجراءات.
شكرا جزيلا. يا you see البينو عشان الزمن أنينا هنتكلم تاني لكن الكلام العمومي ده إنه أراضي تابع للحكومة الكلام ده غلط. حتى في أمريكا هنا ده لان بتاع indigenous قاعدين في أستراليا في كل الدول أنت زارق هسه في جنوب الدنكا وما تقبل زول تاني يقعد في محلك. فكلام اللي بيقولوا ساكر عشان يغلى الوضع بتاع الناس تانيين ده إنه land belong to حكومة ده كلام فارغ ساكر. Let us be honest. يكون في قانون يكون في احترام بتاع حق بتاع الانديجينس ومش تطردهم في محلهم زي هسه قاعد يحصل لما دي في نوملي ده. انتوا الناس بيتكلموا حكومه ده وين؟ ما let be honest حكومه ده وين؟ حكومه ده بس لما في بعض الناس يطردوا في المحلات بتاعتهم يا بعد داك انتوا بتيجي تتكلموا حكومه يجي بهيل الكلام ده. Let be honest. We should not play with people's mind. Natalina, come let me give you 3 minutes, sister. The last person actually. Go ahead, sister.
Okay, I will try to just see if I will be able to manage, but I'm always very brief. I would like to acknowledge Edward and the moderators in this room. And also thank you for all the issues that you bring forward. And if they are incorporated constructively, they should bring positive transformation to South Sudan. That's my point number one. And hopefully I'll have time next time, at least to acknowledge this effort from Edward. I would like to pin Mr. Edward a check on his analogy of Dinka settling in Juba. Of course, Dinka settling in Juba will not tantamount to calling Juba na Dinka. Of course, the land of Juba is the land of barrier. And therefore, when people settle, settlement doesn't tantamount to the land belonging to the settlers. And this is the genesis of problem in South Sudan. People talk of that the land belongs to communities, but where are those laws? The laws are not there. The laws don't even protect the communities so that they can manage their land well. So, talking of this idea that when people settle, then the land becomes theirs is where the root of problem is. For example, it is the same thing. If Akobo is the land of Anyuak, this is my first time I ever had. I thought Anyuak belonged to Akobo is the land of Nuer. But if they settle, they should live peacefully with people of the land. But the problem in South Sudan is this. When settlers come, they would actually try to expel and evict the owners of the land and try to live on the land as if it is theirs. They would not demarcate or give land or even distribute land equally. This is not always the case. Settlers will come, and when the survey happens, they will try to just give the land to people who came, or people who came, if they become powerful, they would like to take the land and chase the owners out of the land. And that's why now we have so much problem in South Sudan. Laws should be brought into this so as to be able to really see how they can appropriate that land to belong to the settlers as well as the owners of the land that were found there. So I just want to rest my point here. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you so much, Sister Natalina. You put it exactly. Thank you. Next time, you will have more time And also, if you come in earlier, also you will be able. Before I come to Nyapunyi and Ongew, and then finally we'll go to the speakers, let welcome Usas Opap, the writer. Welcome. You can make your comment, Usas. Opap, Opap. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Edward. Okay.
But then, thank you, my brother. I received the book. Huh? Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay. Before I go to my comment here, I would like, for those who want to know more about Anyuak history and Luo history in general, I authored a book called Unsung Giants Who Fought to Keep Africa Free. That's the book where you will learn more about Anyuak in particular and Chulo in general. Okay, let me come to this question here. When did Anyuak come here? The land where Anyuak live now, what they call Anyuak Kingdom, was founded by Gilo Ukwa. About the same time, Yikang also founded that kingdom. That was in the 15th century. By that time, there was no Nuer, there was no Denka in that area. Only Luo people lived there. These are evidence. So you talk about Luo or Anyuak and Shulu. They have the government. They have kingdom. That means they have rules and regulations about the land. It's not like other community where you live here this season, the next season you are somewhere there. Because of the system in place, we don't move from one place to another, displacing others. So that's where the problem lies in South Sudan. So, for example, the first Nuer who came to Anyuak Kingdom was in 1850. That's what is now Nyum. That's the first time Nuer came on this side. How do they get here? First off, there are two sources that brought them to this area. Number one, Arab enslaved them. Number two, Jikeng and Bull fought among themselves. As a result, Jikeng were pushed. Finally, they arrived in Nyum. That's how they arrived in 1850. But I heard a lot, some of them always, they talk, no, we've been there in 18, 17. In 17th century, there was no Nuer on this side. These are facts. So now, the issue of Akobo here is complicated. In 1948, British, because there was a drought, British in Akobo, 10 clip, I think a 10 clip at that time, or maybe someone else, they made a deal with another commissioner in Wat to bring Nuer to Akobo for whatever reason, because of drought. When those Nuer came, they overstayed, they did not go back. So there were a number of times where even British on the other side also were supporting Nuer to stay, and Nuer do not want Nuer to live in Akobo. They chased them away in 1911, and British also interfered in the war of 1912, supporting Nuer. So Anyuak live in this area. When Gilo conquered this land, there was nobody. There was nobody. That's how they settled from Andagdiara to what is now Dima, including Gambela, all this side. There was nobody else except Anyuak. So this is the fact and the true history of the Anyuak people. So you want to know more? Read my book, Unsung Giants Who Fought to Keep Africa Free. So what South Sudan is talking about here is a manipulative. Because you talk about the government. How old is this government? You're talking about Anyuak Kingdom, we talk about 500 years government that has been in place. And now we talk about the government established in 2015, 2011. How many years now? And now the people who have been living on the land for 400 years now have to apply the rules just less than 20 years. And also, look at this. Let me step out a little bit outside of this before just 1 minute. You look at the land grabbing now. Land grabbing takes place, or people who grabbing land, they are close or members of the same tribes as president or vice president. Nobody else doing this. And what's the point then? It is because these leaders in Juba supporting this. You become vice president, then it's also your right to grab land. That's how you look at it. Look in South Sudan now, how many people complain about land grabbing? It is Nuer and Denka who are in the presidency. Nuer and Denka, simple. I raise my case, Ora. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Uwa. Thank you. Let me give Nyaponya, let me give you 3 minutes, sister, for your final comment. Nyapinyi or Nyaponya. Go ahead, sister.
Yeah, thank you again, Brother Edward. Yeah. In my conclusion, I just want to tell my elders, Anyuak, or my brothers, that the situation that is going on in Akobo between Anyuak and Nuer, Low Nuer, it needs to be addressed differently. We need to find like coexistence between us so we can live together. If we demand it this way, I don't think we will find any solution, because the Lone Nuer moved to Akobo long time ago, like maybe 200 years. And it will be difficult for Anyuak to say Akobo belong to Anyuak only, and Nuer are not part of it. But the only thing that we need to do, we need to find different ways that we need to solve our problem, the problem that between us, and we can go back to Akobo. As we all know, our government right now is not stable in South Sudan, and even we take this situation to the law, we don't know who will win, because we all have documents. Even though it's written Akobo belong to Anyuak, but if Nuer bought part of land in Akobo and become their land, also maybe they will be having a right to be given Akobo. No one knows. So we don't have a laws right now to address our situation. It's only between us as citizens of Akobo to sit together and find a solution. And also, if we encourage this conflict between our people, it will increase more conflict between them. So we're increasing more fight, because the Nuer will say, you know what, Akobo is not belong to Anyuak. Why should we will give it to Anyuak? No, it's not what we need. So we just need to sit together and approach ourselves in a good way, and address this issue in a good way, in a calm way, so we can have understanding. And that is the word that I will leave here in this room today. For me, I'm a daughter of Akobo. I don't have any place else except Akobo, that I was born and I was raised and I was married there. And I know my Anyuak people too. And if they want to come back, they are welcome in Akobo. I left Akobo for a long time. Since the war between Anyuak and Nuer, I haven't gone back to Akobo. I haven't seen Akobo. So if there is a way we can come back, we can go back to Akobo. But now it seems like you guys are demanding this land is ours and we need to take it back. How you guys will take it back? Tell us how you will take Akobo back. Let us know, because we can prepare ourselves. If it's that through negotiation, peace between the citizen of Akobo and Anyuak, maybe we can sit down. Or if you guys want to take it back through the fight, let us know. If you guys want to fight back, let us know. Maybe we will say we don't need to fight Anyuak anymore. And if you guys need to take the case to the government of South Sudan, let us know too. We can build our case and let us go to the court and discuss this. But I just want to advise all of us, let us discourage, the conflict in our communities, and let us be, a peace lover, so we can live, together again. Because we know the country right now is falling out. So who will come between us and say, this time I'm the government of South Sudan and let me give this time to Anyuak? It's not going to happen. And when I said that the town of Akobo was declared to be a lone Nuer in 1979, I didn't mean because it was declared by force. No, it's not by force. Because the government of South Sudan realized that the majority become lone Nuer in Akobo. That's why the leadership of the town was given to the lone Nuer. But it didn't mean that the Anyuak were denied. But Anyuak, they were transferred to Fishala. The leadership was transferred to Fishala. And that's what I meant about that. As you guys said, I was really young, and I'm not the person who should debate with the elders of Anyuak. As they know, I'm really young. I don't know the history of Akobo, but I came here because they mentioned my grandparents who bought the land, Kaibui and Denjok. That's why I came up to clarify that, and also to make a point that the land is already bought by my grandparents, and now it belongs to us. It's not belong to anyone. So thank you so much, and I will hand the mic to you, Edward, and maybe you can give the other person who coming after me to come and say whatever they want to say. And thank you, the elders of Anyuak. It was, I'm grateful to meet you in this room. And thank you so much for those who know me when I was young. And thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, sister. Thank you. General Ongel, go ahead and make your final comment.
Thank you, Brother Edward. Ipini, Salamat, sorry, Mashak. I thought maybe the young or the elders of Lawn were more should be in this room and then to hear from them. They look like they know the right thing. They know the right. That's where they didn't come. So when you finish, she's supposed to thank the welcoming of the grandfather or grandfather who's come there, and to acknowledge exactly we are the ones supposed to support you guys as the Anyuak of Akobo, because you guys are welcoming us, our grandfather, until us now, we're still there. So she didn't say it, and she denied the welcoming, and she bring another history, which is not there. For the viewers, we are not complaining, but we're telling the right, or we're telling the truth. This is our land, and we're welcoming those people, and they genocide us. I will call it is genocide. 2003, it was a genocide. In daytime, not at night, it's daytime. They're killing people like animals. Because of plan of this called Sijin Banek. He was a commissioner at that time. So he's the one who planned that one, and then he left the country. He went to work, and those Nuer came and genocide Anyuak in Akobo. We did refuse in Akobo is a town, so anyone can live there peacefully with not any problem. All those years we live with them, but the issue when they started killing us, destroying us, was the time we said enough. No more Nuer can live with them. So we are here, South Sudanese, who don't know Kobo belong to who, it belong to Anyuak. But Edward, our South Sudanese now, they're calling us Anyuak, they're all from Feshala, from Ethiopia. And they don't know exactly history of the boundary, who been people who was living there. So we need to correct that one. Anyone from today to know Akobo is belong to Anyuak. It's matter of time. It's matter of time. I'll state it clearly. It's matter of time. You can like it or don't like it. We are coming back to Akobo. Whether peacefully or not peacefully, we're going to come back. So we're telling the governor of South Sudan, or government of South Sudan, Salva Kiir Mayardit, to take decision to remove IO from Akobo. As we speak, those more we welcome them. They are not there even. They are the ones who are supposed to support us they are not there. They've been kicked out as well by Bantu Nuer people. Okay? Nuer of Riek Machar, they are the one now in Akobo. All right? So we need to tell the truth. And the newcomer now, they have become worse than before. So I will end my point here, and we should give another time, Edward, to people of South Sudan to contribute. Those who know Akobo exactly, it belongs to Anyuak. And in Akobo, there is Hayadenga, Hayazandi. There's some minor mafia, Hayanuer mafia. Politician behind Nuer resolving the Gita up, were in the bed. No one had single house in Akobo. I did challenge them in WhatsApp group or WhatsApp with South Sudan. I challenged them. I said, you tell me who have the place or house in Akobo town. No single person. So, and now they just started in 2010, to grab those very important people like our Reverend Aglore Place, my uncle John Gilo and my uncle Isaac, his place, my uncle Philip B, and you come all the way to Tano, Ubongo, their places. I can name it, all this. And then I went there. I saw all of them. Even Riek Machar, Riek guy, he don't have place. His place now, he was kan makan bita tawana bita Mansour Ramtalla. Now he claimed it to be his own place. So we know all of them one by one. The person we know who have really place, Yankan, and then Tabet is the one, the businessman at that time is selling the bottle of the whiskey and all this at that time. And that's only the people we know who have place in Akobo. But the rest, no one. They're all coming from Walgag, Wat, and they come for holiday there or for work and then go back. So please, brother and sister who are here today, we haven't finished yet, and we still continue to raise up our case to South Sudanese and the government of South Sudan. And we don't have problem with anyone, whatever is government or rebel or whatever. We love all of you. Without land of South Sudan, without land of Anyuak, there will be no South Sudan today. We've been carrying you all this year, 22 years. We've been carrying SPLA in our land, using our girls or women, we're raping them, and we're using our food, everything. And we are the transport for all of you. So now you guys denied us. For all this we done for you, South Sudanese, especially those Nuer. So we welcome you, and I will say thank you so much for a wonderful day and night discussion. Edward, God will bless you. Be eyes of son and daughter of South Sudan, and your blessing will be continue because you're standing with those who have been marginalized among your people. We will be standing with you, either by prayer or by blessing you or by anything. We will support you. So please continue for what you're doing. And I believe when you tell the truth, God will stand with you. I raise my case here, and may God bless all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, General. May God bless you too. And also we'll come up with the other topic also. We'll come and talk how can Nuer and Anyuak live together. We'll come and discuss that. I was willing today actually to listen from many Nuer to come up, but I was seeing Deng Tong, the White Army guy here on Facebook, writing a comment telling a Nuer, oh, no Nuer should go up and talk. I don't know what is the connection between Nuer and Lao Nuer. You generalizing Nuer. This spirit of tribalism. It is a problem between Lao Nuer and Anyuak. So someone now calling Kulu Nuer, Mafi Nuer Ejifok, no Nuer should go and ask. The Barao itself, it can tell behavior with some people, but it's okay. We are here actually to present case. And next time also will come up, we need to talk. We need to address that. Thank you so much, Uncle. Let's start with Barnaba.
Yeah, thank you, Comrade Edward. Thank you for giving me another chance. Actually, أنا مبسوط شديد من الكلام بتاع نيبيني شول دول. بنية صاير فعلا أنا بيعرف حقا ما أعرف لأنه أخته الكبيرة ياو دفع بتاعي في كندا. النياديد شول دول ياو دفع بتاعي في المدرسة، ولكن ما كمل المدرسة لأنه زوجوا تمسي توم جا من كامبيلا وشارو مشا. You know, Edward, honestly, Nasel Jafia Kobo, peacefully, after Yal Betam, listen Bekalamo language with a peace. The way this young lady is speaking now, she's speaking the way that people can talk and negotiate and reach consensus. Lakin Finas Tanin, the news Muslim, the way you talk. Kalim as a little Akoboda, I mean, Kortum Kan Betanywa. As a Munkin Darjana, we are not talking that way. We are saying the boundaries of 1956 should be respected. This is the language that we are using. The question is, those who are still moving up to this time, fighting everywhere, fighting for Gambela, and when you look at them, all of them are South Sudanese. What is the reason of saying moving there? Ulen hena mujud. Yake land between Akobo, Le Walgad, Ben Walga Wakai Quinu, Udiro, Wat, Unyoror, Adagadi Kiri, Lagadi, Uror, Ma Banu, Malenda Mujud. Why are we moving from time to time? What is the reason really? What is the reason? And when do you think that we will stop moving this? My question is respecting the boundaries of 1956. Ma mungkin terajani gala nyuak der jafe kortum. And ma to good command, the land belonged to God. Land belongs to the government. It is belong to the government when there is resources, national resources like gold, will be regulated by the government. But I can wish I land, but land belong to the people and regulated by the people, by the government. But I can land in the Sidu. No, I don't think that will work. موضوع تاني بس أنا بختلف مع نيفيني لما هي قال لين باو ما بقر لين بتاع كايبوي ولين بتاع دينجوك. Let me tell you this, and from the bottom of my heart, I'm telling the truth. أنا ما بظلم أنت صغير. I have said لو أنت هسه أختك الكبيرة ممكن نتكلم معه، لكن ما في
لين باو ببقر الأصل كلاتي أصل أنت كلام ده أنت بقول كتو أنيوك دارين تشيلوا كود بشنو بشكل ولا peaceful لو نانو قاعد نحسا and we settle our case peacefully at the end of the day with our negotiation أنا بنقتل بقر يجيب بقر وبقر ربط باو بيأكلوا نوير وأنيوك بيأكلوا سوا okay we have made a resolution بتاعت السلام فيما بيننا. This is exactly what happened. لما الوالد ينجا ومشى لكوي ونشورو وكوي مشى لغانغرو ثيري ورجع and then they have agreed. بقر رزار بقر شال ده ما شالوا عشان هما يأكلوا سوا. Let them stay together peacefully. يو دم بس الدفقو لا يعني انه بقر باوبيو ارض بتاع كوبو ولا ارض بتاع كايبوي نو وبقر ده لما نبيو لين ده بيشيلوا كم يعني كم ارض بيشيلوا بالبقر واحد ما also let us be realistic كده في talking things لكن I like the way you put things all of them I like it and thank you very much. My greeting to Nyadit Sholdol, Gilo Barnaba Okony. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you for coming, accepting the invitation. And also thank you for being honest and also speaking honestly to the people of South Sudan. You are highly welcome and anytime also to contribute in discussion. Thank you. Uncle Isaac, go ahead. Uncle Isaac, are you there? Or you slept? You don't know to tell us. Okay, yeah, go ahead. معلش yeah, go ahead. معلش أنت نوم اتفضل.
We are talking about the issue of which is very important for us all. There is no much to be said again. I have to thank you for calling us into the clubhouse for this discussion. We know very well that Okony belongs to Anyuak. And everybody among us here knows very well. But those who are disputing it, depends on them. There is no quarrel there. Unless we sit together on the same table and discuss the matter. We want to get them. But by saying that they brought the cow or what, it is said by Honorable Barnaba. I think that is true. There is no further vote for selling the land of Anyuak. No. If they want to come and settle with us, they are welcome, no problem. We can sit on the same table and discuss the matter, but not with this field. War is war. War is sometimes very bad. As he put it, we know very well that peace comes through the muzzle of the gun. When people fight, there must be a solution for that. This is what she's talking about. But I don't think. I have no more to say. And that there was somebody who was saying that we were from Khartoum. Okay. Did you read it? I don't think. We are not from Khartoum. We are from Barabazar. The king of Chuluk and the king of Barabazar, they came together as brothers. And they separated from the Lithium. The king of Anyuak went eastern side, and the king of Chuluk went to the northern side. This is what we know. We did not come from Khartoum. So my friend, go and read your books well and come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Uncle. Thank you so much, Honorable, for being even awake until 5 a.m. Yeah, have a good night and God bless you. Thank you so much. Yeah, shukran jazeera. Dr. Joseph, Faddal, Doctor.
Yes, thank you, Edward, again, and for organizing this show today. Thanks to Voice of the People forum, and today is really the voice of the voiceless and the voice of the most marginalized people of South Sudan, the Akobo Anyuak. Thank you, and I hope our message today is very clear. And I think our brothers, Nuer, who spoke here, they didn't really deny the fact that Akobo belonged to Anyuak. The issue is what to do next. We have close to 100,000 Akobo Anyuak in the refugee camps, while Akobo are settled by Nuer, who's supposed to be our guest. Akobo government is 100% controlled by Nuer. Akobo representation in Jungle is 100% by Nuer. Akobo representation in the national government is 100% by Nuer. So where is the notion of living together here? Where is the good faith of living together here? Akobo villages around, Anyuak villages around Akobo are all settled by Nuer. Where are we going to come back? Where are we going to settle? Even my own house, where my house used to be, is settled by somebody else. So how are we going to come back? How are we going to live together in my place, living with somebody else, building my house? How are we going to live together? So yes, there are a lot of issues that need to be settled. And Yapini, I understand your notion, and there's another point that I would like to disagree with you on. Actually, that Akobo were transferred to Pachala. This is a fiction. It's not true. Akobo Anyuak have never been transferred to Pachala. Yes, Pachala is Anyuak area, but Akobo Anyuak have never ever been transferred to Pachala. I don't know where you brought this notion from. The same thing with the buying land with cattle. Anyuak never sell land for cattle. This is notion probably that you're, and I feel sorry for you because your parents and your ancestors have to tell you fake stories to justify your living in a code, to make you feel good that you're living in a code for good reasons. While the reality, the truth is that there is a lot of blood in their hands for you to stay in a Akobo. There are a lot of bones there for you to live in Akobo. And Akobo have been grabbed. Akobo is occupied illegally. And Akobo is an Anyuak land. And there are a lot of people who are suffering today in refugees camp who want to come home, who want to see their home. Some of them are born outside and never been home, want to come home. But because of your people who are occupying Akobo, they cannot come home. And unfortunately, because of some selfish government officials, they want to put Akobo out of radar and make it as if there is no issue of Akobo, there's no land grabbing in Akobo, there is no suffering in Akobo. This is people who want to live on the blood of people. And if you are a Christian, I want you to think about those 100,000 Anyuaks who are in refugee camp all over the side of the world, who are there just because of you, who are suffering just because of you. And their fault is just because they're Anyuak who happen to belong to Akobo. And now you sitting there and saying that there's a peace while the owners of the land are suffering somewhere else. Think about it. And for the rest of South Sudanese, it's good to be kind and welcome people to your land. But as you have just heard from some of the people here, be careful when you welcome people. Some of them, after living too long in your land, may think that we are the majority now. You know, we need to have rights. We need to own this land. They may chase you out even from your own land and come up with the stories like, oh, we bought it, or this land belonged to God, doesn't belong to anybody. You move here from somewhere one day, and therefore we can move here now too. This kind of I would say selfish justification is nothing but a justification to make you feel good when you feel guilt of genociding people just and taking their land. Akobo Anyuak are still there. We are still here. There are still 100, close to 100,000 Akobo Anyuak around the world. That's my estimate. And we would like to come back home. And as you said, Sister Nyapini, that you were born in Akobo and you have nowhere to go. But your parents are from Low and they have land that they can go to. But me too. I'm born in Akobo, I'm raised in Akobo. My father is born in Akobo. My grandfather is born in Akobo. His grandfather is born in Akobo. His great-grandfather is born in Akobo for many, many generations, as long as we can remember. And we have no other home to call home beside Akobo. You have Low to call home, but I have no other home to call home but Akobo. So you can see my agony, my pain. You have where you came from. I have nowhere I came from, and I have nowhere to go. So even Goliath, you know the story of David and Goliath. Goliath thought that he's the most powerful, that he can suppress the people of God because he has power. And there's no way Israelites can win. But God makes ways. God, who put us in that land of Akobo, where our ancestors are born, will make ways for us to come back home, whether you want it or you don't want it. Thank you, Brother Edward. And I rest my case here, and peace to all South Sudanese, including my Nuer cousins. We want peace, but we want peace in our God-given land, Akobo. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you actually for your time. As we know, the time is money. Thank you. And thank you also for coming up and speaking on behalf of yourself and your people and your children. Thank you so much. God bless you. See you next time. Ustaz Opap Marhabek, let me give you a final comment.
Okay, Edward, thank you very much for giving me another opportunity. I would like, I would like to have a time with you to talk about my book in the future, please. So last year we did not have a time, so please let's find the time and talk about my book. And also, as you have heard from the elders and also myself, Anyuak know their history since 15th century. Any part of their land, they know it. Who grab their land, who stay away from their land. So there's no dispute here. And also, Anyuak, they don't sell land. So these are arguments that do not make sense because we do not sell land. Land belongs to the clan. That's where land belongs. So for example, those of Akobo now who have been displaced from their woodland, they can live anywhere in Anyuak kingdom, but they will never have a land of their own. Because wherever they move, they live on someone else's land. They will not claim it, they live there, but it's not theirs. Their land is in a co. So we don't have land for sale. I want you to understand this. We don't sell land. Land belongs to the clan. And the policy of land, according to Anyuak land policy, belongs to the clan, not to the king, not to the chief. Even king cannot take land from anybody. Chief cannot take land from anybody. It belongs to those people. For those of you who do not have any land policy, please, this is very important. You cannot go anywhere. Like, for example, you move from where you belong, maybe from Cholo, from Nuer, then you move to Malakal, immediately you name your place, you claim Malakal. Do you know when Malakal was established? In 15th century. But now you move there within a month or 3 years, then you claim. So this notion of going somewhere and as a guest, and people welcome you, and later you make yourself a murderess. This notion have to stop for South Sudan to live in peace. So you are forcing people from their land and you occupy their land. What kind of peace is that? I'm moving to your land in big number, chasing you away and occupy your land. Now there's no place for me to come back to because you occupy my whole land. And you don't see this as a crime? All of us here, most of us, we live in the West. Do you take somebody's property by force? If not, why people are doing it in South Sudan? So things that are not right, we don't need to claim them and make them seem they are right. These are crimes in most countries. But in South Sudan, are things that people are very proud of. One day, there will be a land policy in South Sudan where nobody will grab anybody's land. Even the lady who talked earlier, if people were to ask her now, bring those documents, where will she produce them? Because Anyuak don't sell land. So Edward, thank you very much, brother, for hosting this show. So please, let's find a time. I will talk about my book. This book is very important so that people will learn more. Because people think that majority of all South Sudanese are pastoralists, but they are not. We have people who have settled prominently, have policy, have lived peacefully. They welcome other people in their community. But now because of their good heart, they become victims by people who they welcome in their own land. Where in the world guests cannot be welcome? Only in South Sudan. You welcome the guest, and tomorrow the very guest destroy the very house where he was welcomed in. Is this make sense to those of you, South Sudanese people? Mentality of land grabbing must be removed if that's the power you want, or that's the way you think the people live in peace. You take somebody's land, chase them away, and now you claim peace. What kind of peace? So what I thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Uwa. Yeah, I will find a time. I will reach out to you. I just text you earlier in your messenger, and I hope also I still have your phone number. Then we will make an arrangement in coming days. Actually, you have to come and educate South Sudanese. Thank you. God bless you, and it's good to see you in the clubhouse. Thank you so much. Umar Odero, go ahead. Then Simon will be akhir zol mai for kina. Odero, go ahead. Make your final comment. I hope you did not sleep. Oh, you're still awake? What is time now?
The time now is 6:51 exactly.
Thank you so much for being awake all night. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Brother Edward. All the moderators and people who are and the listeners as well. So thank you so much for just giving this a chance as a refreshment to learn new things. And I really would like to give my appreciation to the elders, Uncle Barnaba and Uncle Isaac, and thank you so much for giving this for taking this opportunity as a chance to just brief us and tell us exactly the history that you lived, not the history that you learned. This is the most important thing. So thank you. Edward, thank you. We hope and wish that you continue being a voiceless, the voice of the voiceless. You're not hosting this event not just because you are a Luo. Yes, we're brothers, but you're hosting it just to demonstrate that all the voiceless people, they can actually speak through the media outlet. It's not only the Anyuak, but everyone in South Sudan can do so. So come and present your case, and then we'll go ahead. So I just wanted to say that
people spoke, and those are the truth that were actually laid out here by the elders. We're our brothers, and nothing can deny that. We've been living alongside each other for so many years. But the notion of this younger generation mind, thinking that, when you become a majority somewhere, or, when you were born somewhere, that would justify that you belongs to that area. That is not true at all. We're living in the Western world. We're still called Africans. Our kids are still calling Africans. They came from Africa, regardless what. So that, I think, I'm hoping to think better and act better and build for something that would actually lead us to the peace, or a peaceful manner, so we can live together in harmony. Yes, the issue of Akobo, we know it, and I think there are so many Nuers who knows this history, but they don't want to come and argue, but because there is nothing that can be argued. Nothing on the other side. They know it. The only way how to live together. How to live together, we're requesting not only the Anyuak, but all the entire indigenous people around the world. They can welcome all the settlers, as long as the settlers comes and respect the law and norms of the indigenous. Those people, they will live in harmony forever. But when the settler become a violence, that will bring such a debate. People will be speaking against you to force you where you came from. But if you are living just as a peaceful, with a peaceful manner, with the indigenous people, there is no any problem. Lands belong to the clients, as we see. Not every Anyuak that has a land. We have even people from Pushala, people from Ethiopia who actually lived in Akobo. They lived in Anyuak, but there are people whom the land belongs to them. That's how it is. That's what it is. And the Western world is the same way. So we shouldn't be just having a different mind, thinking that if you are born there, wherever you are born, that land belongs to you, belongs to the owner. But you have a right to live. You cannot be chased away. So that's what it is. And I hope this is a learning lesson. And I'm hoping that many other marginalized communities, they will step up to the voice of the people to actually express their feelings. So I am not going to go much, Brother Edward. Thank you so much. And I really thank you, the audience, who actually put their time to listen here, to listen to this presentation, the Anyuak of Akobo, and until this time. It is really a long time, but thank you so much. Younger generation, you learn this, and this presentation will stay here forever. If anybody has a question, they can refer to and listen more and learn more. Thank you. I'll give it back to you, Brother Edward. May God bless you. May God bless us and bless South Sudan. And may God lead us into the peaceful coexisting to each other forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Brother Udero. Thank you actually for arranging even the show. And also thank you for talking to elders and agreeing with them to come. And also thanks actually goes to Dr. Joseph. Thank you for staying awake, by the way. I know there is a lot of threat. People are writing bad comment. Today, Edward become a bad person because of hosting this show. I can see Many of my brothers from Nuer community, some are writing thread, some are writing bad comment. And I don't know why people always come here talk about Denka grabbing land, Denka doing this. So let us criticize ourselves. If there is wrongdoing, let criticize and let correct the mistake and try to live together in peace. I'm not worried too much about whoever writing comment or thread. It will become a bad person. Someone here might and what he's saying, Edward creating the war among the community. Seriously? Are you serious? This is emotional comments. So let's go to Friday. Thank you so much. There is no words. The Hagaida, people have to come and speak. People should not worry about this. Law official God, if there is someone creating wars among community, you know, the Ria Council Fakir, not me. So Friday, go ahead, my brother. Final comment.
Thank you, Brother Edward. I don't know what to say, but I would like to thank the voice of the people for giving us this opportunity. I think this is the day that I've been wishing for and waiting for so long. I've been waging maybe another front on the social media, on Facebook, on clubhouses. I might have come here also on the voice of the people on different topics, especially topics that are of a critical matter, topics that are essential, topics that are more humanitarian, especially that has to do with land. And on every topic, when I come here, I always raise the issue for Kobo, the land grabbing, and even though sometimes it is not relevant, but I used to push my case. But I thank you that you say the relevance or the importance that the case of Anyuak should be heard, and you provided us this forum so that the people of South Sudan could know exactly what we have been going through for so long. And the chance is really very, very good, and I would wish that this topic could be maybe given another round, second or third, so that it can be exhausted. I know our brothers from where they are down there. Some of them they are complaining that they are not given the chance, and I believe once the second chance or the second round comes, let them be given the chance so that they can talk, because we are here only to talk, no more than the facts and truth. If they have the truth or if they have whatever on their side, let them bring it. Let them bring the evidence. The people of South Sudan are willing. We also, as the Anyuak also, we are willing to learn from you. If there is something that we don't know, you can bring it up. So the other thing is that what makes me a South Sudanese, because I'm a South Sudanese citizen now, what makes me a South Sudanese is the Akobo. The land itself is the one that makes me a South Sudanese. If someone denies me the right, of being part of the land that makes me South Sudanese, that means that the person is denying me even the existence, because God has created me an Anyuak and has put me somewhere in Akobo, and that Akobo belongs to South Sudan. So if you say I'm not part of South Sudan, that means if you are, someone is denying that I'm not part of Akobo, that means he's trying to say that I'm not part of South Sudan. And I have to do whatever it takes, to claim my citizenship, my rights, and which is connected to the land that my ancestors were born there. The other thing is that the Anyuak, they were privileged, they were blessed, they were fortunate, as we have heard from our elders, that they, all the way from Malakal, going to Gambela and then up to the Olemi Triangle. That land, is one of the richest, the resourceful land in South Sudan. Very fertile. It has gold, it has uranium, all those precious minerals are there within the Anyuak land. But currently, if you see the Anyuak, they are the poorest. You cannot see an Anyuak, in South Sudan that owns a bidet. Even though we live in the richest and we are part of South Sudan, we don't even sense the sense of belonging. So the Nuer has taken us for granted, and also they've exploited us, because we were very hospitable, we were very kind, so they thought that we will continue like that. They will continue grabbing our land. But they don't know that, okay? Someone like Dr. Yagai, for example, he was a student to my father. My father, Cornelius Awo, was one of the earliest teachers in Akobo. Those of Dr. late Don Luke and Dr. Yagai, they were the students to my father. What will my father say now if he is alive now? Seeing his children were denied the right to belong to the place, okay, that once was the source of education. If he heard, or if he down from his grave, if he heard that those of Dr. Yagai, those or the sons of Peter Garpot, okay, are denying his sons, what will he say? Because these are the people who were once his students, who were welcomed by my father. They came to Akobo in search of education. Now they are graduates. Now they are in control of the government. They are denying the very right of the people that fed them, that educated them. Where is humanity? Some of them now, they are pastors. Tomorrow you will see them in the church preaching. Do they have the gut to go and preach in the church? Or what type of Christianity are they preaching? In Akobo now, you can see a lot of churches. Those churches, they were built on the graves of Anyuak. What God will listen to their prayers? I'm not cursing them, but I'm talking about the reality. Because you cannot preach humanity. You cannot preach, for example, of coexistence when you are denying someone to coexist with you. The Anyuak did their best. We met the president, we met the vice presidencies, Dr. Riek Machar, Taban Dengai. All they say, they mention names. Go to Uror, go to Yen Uror, go to the family of Toyak, or go to Joyul. These are the people who were stamped there in the government that the land belonged to them, even though they are aliens in Akobo. The government are afraid of these dinosaurs. When I go to them, they will just claim, we are Anyuak, let us coexist. You are a good man. There was a day in 2010 or 12, I think, in Juba there. I was invited by the commissioner, the former commissioner, who is now Dr. Goy, together with his father and Yen Uror. They heard that I was in Juba. They invited me to one of the big hotels there for a dinner. I think that was my first time or the last time to even test, okay, the money of South Sudan, even though I'm a diehard SPLM. And I test that money in a dinner. But how many loanways now are enjoying the benefits of Akobo? And that land belongs to Anyuak. Anyuaks are now displaced anywhere, but there are people dining and shining day and night with the money or with the resources of Akobo. Now they are calling here, you guys come. And when we come there, when we go there, they kill us. Where is this coexistence? Where is this harmony? So what I would like to say is thank you, Edward, for giving us this voice. We try our best. Finally, I think the people of South Sudan now, they know. So that whenever you go, when you hear the word Akobo, Akobo is not a lone word. Akobo is an Anyuak. The Anyuak are there. We know only within Akobo there is no now Anyuak, but all the villages around Akobo, we have Anyuak now. So it will be a matter of time that they will say, you guys, you have misused Akobo, and we need Akobo back. Good enough. The landscape of Akobo hasn't changed. There is nothing new that the Nuer has brought to Akobo. Nothing new. The same neem trees are there, the same Akobo hospital, the same airport, the same anything. There is nothing new. There is no trademark or landmark that will tell that this land belongs to Nuer. They have nothing. This is a very good evidence. Though Yakshol, which is the brother or the father of this lady, he was the first commissioner for Akobo. He tried to demarcate, but he couldn't. Dr. Goy also, in 2012 or so, he also tried to make a survey.
Try make it shut up. Lano anabukura in the meeting.
And finally,
yeah.
Okay, thank you. And finally, last year also, the current commissioner John Job or who also he tried to make a land survey, but we stopped it because you cannot make a land survey when the owners of the land are not there. So who are you going to allot the land when the chiefs are not there, when the owners of the land? Those who are in Akobo now, they are all displaced. They are all white army. They came from anywhere, wherever. Time will come, anyone will come and claim. Because every inch within Akobo has its own honor. You cannot come and make a survey in 2023 when Akobo is already surveyed 100 years ago. So every inch within Akobo has a land, has an honor. And the honor are there now in Pinyudu, are there in Bor, are there in Juba, are there in Kakuma, are here in Australia, are here in USA, in Canada. So everyone knows his plot. So I'm just giving this message to the people of South Sudan here that thank you for coming and listening to the voice of people. And even though I am a government supporter, and sometimes when I come here, I also get a hard time. But I'm also telling the people of the voice of, the voice of the people here that I am one of the most marginalized, even though I'm a government supporter. Because the politics of South Sudan is very complicated. It's very complicated. So I thank you, Brother Edward. Go ahead, voicing out the voice for the voiceless. Thank you.
Yeah, shukran. Thank you so much. قبل ما ندي فرصة لكومباتيو سايمون عشان يعمل final comment, please allow me to give thanks the elders of our community, elders the Anyuak community, for coming up and speaking for their cares, and also my comrade, my brother, my brothers Friday, Comrade Adero, General Lungeo, Dr. Joseph, and also Ustaz or Pap Right or Pap. أنا بشكركم. برضو خلينا نشكر كل الناس اللي جو فوق my sister Nyaponi وكل الناس اللي جو لأنه ناس كانوا كتار جدا. يعني أنا بشكركم for coming up. برضو ما تنسوا يا جماعة, everybody in Clubhouse join the clubs, join the Voice of the People forum. Click on the name up there, the Voice of People, and join the forum. So for next time, you can get notification, and also follow me back, and I will follow you too. Thank you. أنا بشكركم كتير. الحاجة الثانية يعني الكيس بتاع أنيواك الليلة يعني كشف حاجات كتير جدا. Those are read following the comment down in the room. والناس اللي are following comment on Facebook and YouTube because they are on the same screen. You are following what people are writing. وده بديكم صورة بتاع جنوب السودان اللي هنا بنتكلم عشانه. And that why اللي بنتكلم دايما عن بناء وتأسيس بتاع الدولة, building a state or building a nation. اللي أنا داير أقوله لكل الناس despite the bad comment, Some of them are threat. People are threatening me. Or should be that this terrorism mindset. Okay, that it will not work out with Voice of the People Forum. It will not work with me, and I'm not kind of person who can be threatened by someone's target. He doesn't know even what he's talking about. This kind of mentality, people need to change it. But let me acknowledge, we need to dialogue among ourselves as communities. Junuba Sudan, Bidadna. If there is problem, Lo Salva Kiir Fijuba is not allowing those issues to be brought on table. It's not allowing people to come and discuss. They are not allowed, marginalized, being killed, being displaced, being raped, because there is someone, you think, look, when people talk about that, he has power to threat people. Please, this useless mindset, change it. Mubita Bagarda, you need to be changed, period. Lazima Gairo. You need to behave like human being. Be civil in your behavior. In the case, let's talk. But this kind of threat or violence in the Walla is it will not take you nowhere. It will look ugly among the people. A little bit struggling between shade. So let's respect ourselves. I is all in the case, and remember that this forum is a forum for all South Sudanese. Anybody has a case, contact me. Tell me, Edward, I have a case. Bring my case. I want to talk in this forum. This forum is for the people of South Sudan. And that's why we call it the Voice of the People Forum. Lofizol biftikirin nufi namatajib gadia bitazol because it's a child hagazol, and you don't want to hear that. That is not acceptable, and that will not be allowed. Let me clear with anyone. Forget tamshi tafta room, tamal threat, teshetim tamal is up to you. But let me tell you, I want to assure you, Aizol in the case, Nihinat Itijiptile will ana give the speakers bita will open forum for you. Come present your case to Junubin and let discuss. Ana hassa, let me announce this to my brother from Launwer. Nasal Gibel Batumar and Wer bita Wendell. I don't worry about them. This concept. Shankir Maraz will come in the oh denka. When it comes to you now, Itamala. Look into yourself. I in the nafsa. I got I'm should give Gida Maraz Zeda. Kuluyum you crying, denka doing this, denka doing this. When it comes to you, even if you are not able to accept it and to hold it for yourself. Come on. What justice are you talking about? So let us now cool down. Ana dere gul lanu fi nas bitat launwer ana ma de roslu maizo na nyaponi my sister finas join gibel finas nak kagalen tahdid ma fi nuer mshi fok yamalu comment shuf zol wahid bas try this mentality it khayl mentality bitat zolda bitat wide am igada gul nas kullu ma fi nuer mshi fok ma ta'amul comment. What are you doing? Lein de malak ma khayf to gul hagiga, come up and discuss. Ana hassa I will announce here. Lonas Launwer, they are ready to come up. You guys are allowed to come up in this forum. Another Talat Nafar speakers, they give in the Talat Nafar, let them contact me and I will arrange room. We let this dialogue, learn dialogue. Nadiku Fursa, Tiji, present your case, talk about whatever you eat, machine Malamitel, they give Octinia Ponyakalam, Nasanyuak Bordubiji, the Rudu Lebad al Hajat, we make a dialogue among ourselves. Then but Lonas Launwer, they are willing to come and in about Namshi Lehino, how can people live together? Like in this kind of threat, there Tamale threat, Lane to Egypt Anyuak, Winter Mufruma to Jimu, Ma Bishtakil Manahina. Ma Bishtakil for Junuba Sudan. Let me tell you. Anyuak today, there you want to come up again, please let me know. You will come here and talk about your case. Why Gabila for Junuba Sudan? You want to talk about your case? Come up. Let Junubin know your case. Lanu ma fi bel bitubni ala zulm, injustice. Zema Gibel Joseph Gal. Dana dere gulla kulla nas. Fi nihaya, we need a dialogue. Not a hour. And at the end of dialogue, we will agree on how we can live together. This is how it works. But the threatening nas, wallahi Edward, you are doing this. Are you serious? Munu is dividing people now. Ana wala Salva Kiir Riek Machar. Why you don't be honest with yourself? Are you happy when you displace Anyuak تطردهم لمخيمات وكده? Are you good with that? قول ناس يقولوا كلام زي اختي نابوني قبل جاء ده اللغه كويس في بعض الحاجات ناس اتفقوا معه ناس اختلفوا معه. This is what we want here في الفورم ده. So I'm passing the mic to my brother Simon. وانا ما في حاجه ثانيه بكره عندنا another room بكره نتكلم قضايا بتاعنا. المنبر ده بناقش كل قضايا اجتماعيه قضايا سياسيه كله قاعد نناقشه. So just I want to make it clear to anyone. In the case, contact me and then you will be host. Come, present your case to Junubin. But this try mentality without threatening people with tahdid, with irhab, is not working with us here. Let's be honest. And if you are not educated, you are not civil, behave yourself. Be a civil person. خليك زول مثقف, خليك زول فاهم. This mentality بتاع جيش الأبيض وبقر وقتل ومتيانغانيور whatever that is not working with us here. Compared Simon Abui, it's a shoot baraga Simon. You see the discussion, you are reading the comment. This is the South Sudan. They will have al Mahdi. So my brother, welcome General Simon. The Junub bitakum, you went to the bush, you fought. Yauda say to Jaina Nyanya, Takla Begla Lata Bitanas, or Tolodum fi Mahalat Bitam. So go ahead, my brother.
Wallahi ido dara lisa masilu le ardi tawata zetu hata fi mahali zetu maindi ardi tawata la nasilu lisa. So first of all, let me thank you and shukran le elders Anyuak o le kulu nasa la dero room de. Ana maindi aje ketir. I just have some few points Alander make and then I'll just stop my point. You know, one miskila gibel taban I asked a question about Anyuak administration manasi Murlekan Kutu Fimbibor. But Taban, we have heard Anyuak has been divided into two. And this is one of the problems. They are miskila zatu, Algijiba Jade Le Anyuak zatu, they accept to be divided, and that's how you get weaker. Once you get divided, if bagi jadaina, kalas mind up so tani. You don't have any more power. If they stay in one place, they have one voice. But now they are divided into two. Now there's no voice. So they are miskila al-kabir, ali asil nasanywa. Ajetani taban Junub Sudan de. We have been saying this for a long time. You know, there's no solution. I'll beg their in Junub Sudan. No nas died. Yeah, I mean, if we say we continue to live under this government like Salva Kiir, not the solution to because we have been seeing there's no any solution, not the result, and that's why we say in order for us to live peacefully, we need to make sure we take this regime out and put the right system in place to keep better side. Otherwise, Gabel al Sukar de Kulu, they will continue to suffer under Gabel al Kubar. It's not only Nuer and Dinga ya Gabel al Kubar. After the Western Equatorial, after when Gabel al Kubar, Gadistamir al Sukarin. So they have a Sajan Bam, Bikelim. Let's stop Ajad them. Nainu Sununa Bamul Asi Junubin Kelina Jibu Salam. Shukran.
Yeah, shukran jazilan compared Simon. Ana bas dera wadahu fi موضوع بتاع comment بتاع إنه Anyuak they divided into a state, and that why there is bigger number. No, that there is no problem with that compared to Simon. Anyuak ممكن يتقسموا is normal. يكونوا في جزء منهم قاعدين في جنجولة is their right, and جزء منهم الواقعين في مجموعة إدارية بتاع بيبور it is normal. Like let's take example بتاع Balanda. We have Balanda in Western Equatoria, and also we have Balanda in Western Barakazal. Take example بتاع Nuer themselves. It's in the Nuer قاعدين في جنجولة, in the Nuer قاعدين في Upper Nile, in the Nuer قاعدين في Bantu. Let's take example بتاع Denka. Denka now, they are here in Warab, they are here in Lagos State, they are there in BA, so they are divided into many countries, so many states. So that it should not be a problem. بالنسبة لأهل بتاعنا بالنسبة لأنيوك is their rights. أنيوك القاعدين في جنجولة ده حق بتاعهم. كان بيكون friend if there are two people هم قبيلة, it is their right to be actually part of the government بتاعت Jungle State, because we cannot demand only Anyuak Nugulom, you Anyuak Tomshu go and be in one state. Why Denga they are not in one state for Junuba Sudan? Why Nwera they are not in one state? If this is the concept. So Anyuak Gadin Hina, it is the right to be presented in the government of Jungle State. This ugly bit you want to dominate the mental guy, you don't want to share it with anyone. This kind of concept, people need to change it. But that without delivering service to the people, just dominating the government, eating, corruption, facade. You guys are seeing this. I'm going to talk about that tomorrow. So let us, Jamana namni beled, al kullu zol indu haq bitaw. Kullu zol yakhud haq bitaw fil beled. Lo beled zanina benenaw, aftekir this problem al mujuda bitkun mafi. Let us build al beled based on justice. Manos lumnas. Wanna always, I'm again this concept, we are majority, we are this, and we are this. Lo concept de ma shalo the concept bitat stable, o concept bitat serga, bisurgubo unas, ubia kulubo balad, ubia mulubo fold. So al dawla di tidbani based on justice, human rights, citizen rights, and social justice between us and Garden. Lo benena balad zaida will be all right. أنا ما في دار أتكلم كتير. We are actually closing the show. أنا بشكر أخوان بتاعي من my cousin from Anyuak. By the way, they're my cousin. أنا بشكرهم coming up speaking on their case. أنا بشكر كل elders القاعدوا لهذا الصباح ما ناموا. بشكروا ديرو ما نام all the night. He was actually awake. أنا بشكره وأنا بشكر كل الناس القاعدوا في الروم ده من كل أبناء بتاع جنوب السودان. أنا بشكر my brother and sister from Lao community الجوفو وأنا I'm ready member ده بتاعتكم انتو ما بالرغم من الناس اللي بيكتبوا ده they are not accepting the reality. And if Lao community they want to come up and talk about the case بتاع الليلة ده, you guys are highly welcome. Let me know and I will set the time and I will talk with someone who will arrange it. لكن أغلية بتاع تهديد وإرهاب ويا Edward why you bringing Anyuak والله انت وشنو شنو whatever انتو هوي لو انتو ما عارفين زول عمل مشاكل في الجنوب shut up. اي زول بتيجي تعمل comment if you don't know who is creating problem بتاع الناس في الجنوب go and ask. They are there ناس اللي انتو شايفينه you don't want to talk about them. I always talk about them here. واغلية بتاع threat nobody can threat me in this forum here. ما تقول لي يا إدوارد تجيب تقولوا ده تعمل لي إرهاب تكتب لي رسائل وده تشتم. ده شتيمة you are showing your behavior. لما تشتم فيني what are you telling me? You showing me your behavior. ده أخلاقيات بتاعك وده سلوكيات بتاعك. So it is better for you to behave yourself. If you have your case, let me know. We will open the room for you. This forum is for you and we are here for you. And we will listen to anyone. I will not judge you. No. Come and talk a little bit. Anyuak, they came and they represented their case. Wana I couldn't halqa fi yamar jay ma di ustaz opap biji hina da bitkallam like mar al-fat برضو المفروض كنت halqa tani ma professor Kun gibelana shoto guide fi room. Aizol in the case min sha'bi ta Junuba Sudan. Let me know. You are highly welcome. Talk about your case. Present your case. But that I will not judge you. And NASA will judge you. The people of South Sudan and guide fi room. One of my the حقك بس لكن forum ده is for you. Let us try كل نسمع لكل زول يقول قضية بتاعه عشان الناس ما يقوم يشيلوا الوضع بتاعهم ولا to displace people. Also sometimes ناس coming here blaming Denka like the Denka are the one doing this, Denka yao kida, and some community doing that for Junuba Sudan. We need to correct the way now. We need to correct Denka. We will correct Nuer too. We will correct Shuluk. We will correct Barrier. will collect لاتوكا اللي بيصل من دنكابور ل في نوملي لمادي that is not acceptable. ده الشغل الجنوب اللي قاعد نتكلم فوقه. So المنبر ده مادي today لو if they they told me they want to speak. They are highly welcome. خلي زول يجي يقول أنا قلت لإدوارد I want to speak وإدوارد رفض. أهلي تشولو ذاته في حلقة ذاته بتاع تشولو جاي هنا ده. تشولو they want to present their case. هيجي هنا Ambassador Emmanuel وأستاذ Julius. They are coming في أيام الجاي. أي زول عند قضية بتاع bring your evidence. We'll open this room for you. أي ما نرفض له خالص. لكن عشان تعمل لنا إرهاب ودير تعمل تهديد you want to threat me وكلام زي ده. My brother, my sister, it will not work. That will not work with Edward Achek. Salva Kiir did they try to threat and kill whatever Gunaloni. Already we are here to die. So shukran lekum. God bless you all. God bless South Sudan. Shabita Junwa Sudan. All of you have listened to what Anyuak is facing in Akobo. Judgment bukun lekum. The good thing, part of it, and my sister Nyaponi, unasal jafo kalami kan kwez jidden. Lanu you grow up together. That this is a language we want. Ashankira gibel Nyaponi intigada fi room da. Maaki nas ane dereti jitkalamu nas ma sotkum. Takhudu zaman titkalamu. You guys welcome. Lo nuwe derim shufta room zay manas gari tibu gibel khalifta room. If that is not a threat to me or to South Sharp, it might have to room bitak. Open your room. I don't worry about you too much. Yeah, I have my topics. I will continue talking. I will not worry about anyone to my term sheet after room to shut to me, do it, to shut to my Anyuak. It is your right. Anyuak, they want to respond to you, they will respond to you. But then I do a check. I already don't respond to anyone. Mine without empty. Bigger Shataya Mokeda. I got nothing to do with you. My problem is with Fakir Mayardit and listening to the people, actually, those they present their case. So, Akhiran, Compadio Simon Abui, thank you, my brother. De Junu Wanina Derinu, it to be corrected. Wanina will continue. And I will promise the Aizol guide for Runda. Aizol into case bitao, you are highly welcome anytime. Present your case to the people of South Sudan and leave the judgment to the people of South Sudan. Shukran lekum, Rabbana yabarikum, Rabbana yabarik sha'b bita Junub Sudan. Lo fi zol hassa innu wanihna amalna ghalat wala nina sina lek ana bi'tazir niyaba bita nas اللي يتكلموا kullu innu we got nothing to do with you personally. My brothers from Anyuak, they came. They are not inciting any war, like people are writing comment. They came today to present their case to the people of South Sudan. They want to make awareness to people of South Sudan. Anyuak Majahena, by the way, the Luo group Kulu, Luo group can fi Alanil, fi Jungule, fi Barakazal, fi Listuaya, Ashole, we are a peaceful community. Luo group, Arja history. Well, I hope the Ustaz Opap, Dr. Opap will come here, and also Julius. They will come also, we'll continue talking. In general, Luo group da, we are peaceful community. Ma banagla haganas, wala banam shinasri haganas, wala kida. The same behavior, ya bitat Cholo, bitat Anyuak, bitat Luo fi Baragazal, the same behavior, bitat Achole, Filistiwaya hena. Ma fi Luo community in them record, bitat cattle wrestling, Marif Shunukida, Nahab, Serga, Shunuda, we don't have that. Nas, Yanze Anyuak, Cholo, the rest, Nina Mamalik. Nina Gadin to the Hawaii Maiji, kingdoms, best system. The same system in the Anyuak, in the Cholo, in the other in the tribe, with that Luo. So let's make it sure, Nina, we are here for dialogue. No manageable case, let dialogue. Who can Anyuak, we don't like the threat. Can Cholo, can actually threat the Marquess. Kulana Junubin. All of us, we are South Sudanese. But if there is a case, let's address the case without actually just threatening other people. Instead, there, but the matter the dialogue. It's there you want to show yourself very aggressive and actually ignorance, and you want to fight, okida. That behavior is not working with civilization. Good night. God bless you, and God bless South Sudan. Shukran jazeelan. Nashakil al-Ghuni yadaliyakum into. Compare Simon.
I wasn't to all Edward.
Okay, khalas. Nashakil al-Ghuni da. Nina nedlaga bukura, and we will continue our topic with my sister Natalina. Thank you for coming up. Comment bita kan quiz. A room da jimana lekum into. Bezat fi topic kida bita junubin. Anybody, if you have topic you want to address it, let me know. I will open this room for you. But Anna Namanukun, this is a political tomorrow. Don't come across me. Just leave me alone. Because that bit a regime There is no joke with those issues. Thank you so much. Good night.
Yaba Julia, when the Yami Kanyakana, been the two children, keeping you when you are gone. Yaba Julia, when the Yami Kanyakana, been the two children, keeping you when you are gone. Yaba Julia, when the Yami Kanyakana, been the two children, keeping you when you are gone. Yaba Julia, when the Yami Kanyakana, been the two children, keeping you when you are gone. Ajiba Ochang.Hon Barnaba Okony Gilo, Anyuak, Ajiba Ochang.Hon Barnaba Okony. Yaba Julia, when the Yami Kanyakana, been the two children, keeping you when you are gone. Yaba Julia, when the Yami Kanyakana, been the two children, keeping you when you are gone. So, sound of truth. It's carry on. Ajiba Ochang.Hon Barnaba Okony Gilo, Yaba Julia, when the Yami Kanyakana, been the two children, keeping you when you are gone. Yaba Julia.